ash of the fallen star. The sun nested low, a warm amber glow that spilled like honey over the village's simple rooftops. Asha stood at the edge of the dusty road, her bare feet touching the cool earth beneath the fading light. The air smelled faintly of burnt sage and old stone, familiar and quiet. She watched the horizon, where the ember wilds stretched endlessly, waves of shimmering heat that rippled like a mirage. The desert's edge was a soft blur, a place where the sky bent and folded into itself. Sometimes, in the stillness of evening, she thought she could hear the desert whispering secrets, long forgotten, almost too faint to catch. Asha had never had a shadow. Her skin was warm to the touch, but her feet and hands seemed to float just slightly above the earth. The other children often stared, but she didn't mind. She felt more at home where light softened and shadows faded, near the Emberwell's distant edge. Tonight, the stars began to blink awake, one by one, filling the darkening sky like tiny fires scattered across velvet. Asha tilted her head, her eyes catching the faintest shimmer. Something out there beyond the dunes, waiting. The village settled into quiet. Doors closed softly, and lanterns were lit, their gentle glow painting golden pools on rough wood and stone. The air cooled, carrying with it the scent of dry grass and ember logs. Asha's breath slowed, matching the rhythm of the evening. Somewhere beyond the heat and sand, a story was unfolding. A story older than the wind itself, whispered by the stars that once fell. And tomorrow, she knew, the Emberwild would call her again. The night deepened, wrapping the village in a soft, cool blanket. Above, the sky shimmered with constellations, silent, ancient watchers that had seen the world change 1,000 times over. Asha lingered beneath the broad arms of an old olive tree, its leaves rustling gently in a breeze that carried the faint scent of distant fire. Her fingers brushed the rough bark, grounding her to the moment, even as her mind wandered toward the Emberwild. The desert was more than a place. It was a feeling, a pulse beneath the earth that called to her with quiet insistence. It whispered of forgotten things, of ashes and stars and wishes waiting to be born. A soft rustle caught her attention. From the shadows near the tree's roots, a small beetle emerged, its shell a deep, burnished red that caught the moonlight. It crawled slowly toward her, unhurried and calm, as if it carried the patience of the desert itself. Asha smiled softly, kneeling to watch it. The beetle's movements were deliberate, steady, reminding her that even in a world of shifting sands and fractured time, there was always something enduring, something steady to hold on to. She closed her eyes for a moment, feeling the night around her, the coolness on her skin, the soft sigh of the wind, the steady beat of her heart. Somewhere far away, beyond the dunes, a star waited, its light dimming but never fading, and she would find it. One step, one breath, one wish at a time. The village slept beneath a sky speckled with starlight, but Asha's thoughts stirred quietly, like the faint rustle of sand carried on the wind. She wrapped a soft shawl around her shoulders and stepped beyond the boundaries of the small settlement, drawn by an unspoken promise held just beyond the horizon. The path to the Emberwild was dust and stone, winding slowly away through low shrubs that whispered under the night breeze. The air was cooler here, carrying a hint of warmth from the desert's heart, like a distant ember glowing softly beneath the cold. Asha's footsteps made soft impressions in the fine dust. Each step felt deliberate, a small echo of something greater unfolding, a quiet journey in the stillness of night. The world around her was hushed, save for the gentle call of an owl, somewhere far above, its voice wrapping around the trees like a lullaby. She paused beneath a slender tree, whose leaves trembled in the breeze. The moonlight filtered through, casting pale silver patterns on her skin. For a moment, She let herself breathe in the cool, fragrant air, the scent of earth, dry leaves, and distant firelight. Far off, the Emberwild loomed, an endless sea of heat and shifting shapes, where the sky bent strangely and time itself seemed to ripple. It was a place of silent promises, where the very air shimmered with magic and memory. Asha had heard the stories since she was a child, that every 1,000 years a star would fall from the heavens, burning bright as it crashed into the Emberwild. From its ashes, it was said, a single wish could be born. But the journey to the crater was long and fraught with illusion. Few who tried ever returned. Yet Asha felt no fear. She only felt the pull, quiet and insistent, that called her to step beyond what she knew and into the vastness of possibility. As she stood there, a breeze stirred again, carrying a soft, almost musical whisper, like the faint sigh of distant wings brushing the night air. Somewhere, far beyond the dunes, the fallen star waited, and in its light lay a secret older than time itself. Asha's lips curved into a soft, steady smile. Tomorrow, she would begin the journey. The world around her was still, calm as a held breath. She was ready. Morning dawned slowly over the village, soft light spilling like honey through the thin curtains of Asha's small room. The air was cool, carrying a quiet calm that wrapped around everything like a gentle embrace. Outside, birds stirred and called, their songs weaving into the open world. Asha rose from her bed, her skin cool where the morning light touched it. She moved with careful grace, the absence of a shadow still something she noticed only when the sun peeked through the window, and no darkness followed her steps. She dressed simply in a soft linen tunic, the fabric cool against her skin. Her fingers lingered for a moment on a small pendant resting against her chest, a tiny shard of glass, smoothed by time, that glimmered faintly like a distant star. Quiet of the morning, she stepped outside. The village was just beginning to stir. Soft voices, the low clatter of pots, and the scent of fresh bread baking somewhere near the square. The people moved with a gentle rhythm, as if the world itself was unfolding slowly, carefully, so no one would be startled awake too harshly. Asha's eyes turned toward the Emberwild once more. The desert's edge stretched out in a shimmering haze, a place both familiar and strange, where the sky seemed to ripple like water, and the sands whispered secrets carried from ages past. Her heart beat steady, a quiet drum in the calm morning. The journey ahead was unknown. The Emberwild held mysteries that could bend time and twist the mind. But Asha knew that somewhere beyond the dunes, the fallen star waited, its ash still warm from the fire of its descent, a seed of hope for a wish yet to be born. She took a slow, deep breath and closed her eyes, letting the morning light wash over her. Whatever lay ahead, she was ready to face it, not with fear, but with quiet courage and a heart full of soft wonder. The village behind her began to wake fully, but Asha's gaze stayed fixed on the distant horizon, where the Emberwild promised stories whispered by the stars. The village streets hummed softly with life as Asha stepped beyond the familiar cluster of homes. The scent of sun-warmed earth mixed gently with the delicate sweetness of desert blossoms that grew stubbornly at the edge of the Emberwild. The flowers' pale petals trembled softly in the breeze, as if they too whispered secrets of the desert's timeless heart. Asha's bare feet made quiet impressions in the fine sand scattered across the stone path. Each step felt like a soft echo, a rhythm woven between the world she knew and the mysteries that stretched ahead. She carried nothing but a small satchel, worn leather cradling a few essentials, a flask of cool water, a length of cloth, and a smooth stone the color of burnt amber. The sun rose higher, spilling warmth over the dunes. The Emberwild awaited, a vast, shimmering sea of ochre and gold that stretched endlessly. Its heat was gentle now, a soft hum beneath the sky, but Asha knew that by midday the desert would breathe fire. She paused at the border where village gave way to wilderness. The air shimmered, a subtle distortion that rippled like heat on a glass surface. Beyond lay the unknown, a place where time bent and reality wavered, where stars fell and whispered wishes waited like fragile seeds. Asha's breath was steady. Her shadowless form seemed to merge with the light, a quiet presence poised between earth and sky. The first step into the Emberwild was soft, almost like a question posed to the world. And as her foot touched the warm sand, the desert seemed to answer with a sigh, a gentle, ancient song carried on the wind. The journey had begun. The Emberwild unfolded before Asha like a vast, shifting dream. The sands, golden and endless, seemed to ripple with a life of their own, shimmering beneath the rising sun. Heat rose in gentle waves, distorting the horizon into an ever-moving tapestry of light and shadow. Each step she took was soft, measured, as if she were walking on the edge of a whisper. The desert's breath was warm and slow, carrying scents of dry earth and distant smoke, faint and comforting like a memory half remembered. The sky above stretched wide and pale, a soft blue washed with hints of rose as morning matured. Clouds drifted lazily, their shapes melting into one another, as if painted by a careful hand. Asha's eyes traced the curves of the dunes, watching the way the light played over the sand, gold turning to bronze and fading into cool shadows. She noticed the delicate patterns left behind by small desert creatures, the curl of a lizard's trail, the soft impressions of beetle legs, each telling a quiet story beneath the vastness. Despite the vastness, the desert felt intimate, like a familiar song hummed just beneath the noise of the world. It was a place where time folded gently, where moments stretched and softened like the petals of a flower unfolding at dusk. She paused beside a cluster of weathered stones, their surfaces worn smooth by centuries of wind. The stones seemed to pulse faintly beneath her fingertips, warm and steady, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. Asha breathed deeply, filling her lungs with the dry, fragrant air. She felt a quiet pulse inside her, a steady rhythm that echoed the desert's own. Somewhere far ahead, beyond the dunes that rose and fell like waves, the crater awaited, the place where the fallen star had landed. The story said its ash still glowed softly, holding the power of wishes and dreams. But the journey was long, and the desert was a realm of shifting truths. As she stepped forward, the heat rose gently, wrapping around her like a soft shawl. The sun climbed higher, its light warm but never harsh, filtering through a haze that softened the edges of the world. Asha walked slowly, feeling the desert's pulse beneath her feet, the whisper of ancient magic in the air. In the distance, a faint shimmer flickered, a silver glint that caught her eye for just a moment before melting back into the sand. She smiled softly. The Emberwild was alive with secrets, and she was here to listen. The sun climbed steadily, casting a soft glow that wrapped the Emberwild in warm light. Asha's bare feet moved carefully over the sand, each step sinking slightly into the fine grains, leaving a delicate trail that the gentle breeze soon began to smooth away. The desert was quiet but not empty. It hummed with a soft, steady pulse, like the breath of an ancient creature resting beneath the surface. Asha paused beside a low dune crowned with a cluster of delicate, pale flowers, tiny blossoms with petals like spun silk, glowing faintly in the morning light. She knelt and reached out gently, brushing a fingertip over the soft petals. Their fragrance was subtle, a mix of warm honey and desert sage, calming and sweet. The breeze stirred, carrying with it a whisper, a soft, sighing sound that seemed to come from far away. as if the desert itself were speaking in a language only the heart could understand. Asha closed her eyes and breathed deeply, letting the moment settle around her like a comforting chill. She felt the heat rise slowly, not harsh or biting, but a gentle warmth that wrapped around her like a slow, steady hug. The sands beneath her seemed to glow faintly, as if holding the memory of a fallen star, cradling the light that had once burned so brightly in the sky. Her thoughts drifted to the stories told by the elders in her village, the tales of the star that fell every 1,000 years, the fire that carved the desert and left behind ash that could grant a wish. They spoke of a journey filled with mystery and wonder, where the desert's magic twisted time and space, revealing truths hidden deep beneath the sands. Asha's heart beat steady and calm. She felt no fear, only a quiet determination and a gentle curiosity that stirred like a breeze over the dunes. She had always known this journey would come, that the Emberwild's call was something she could not ignore. Rising slowly, she brushed the sand from her hands and looked toward the horizon. The desert stretched endlessly, a sea of gold and amber waves rippling beneath the sky. Somewhere beyond those distant dunes lay the crater, the place where the star's ashes still glimmered softly, waiting. Her satchel felt light against her side, the smooth stone inside warm from the desert's embrace. It was a reminder of the path she had chosen, the quiet hope she carried with her. As she began to walk again, the breeze shifted, carrying a faint, melodic whisper that seemed to follow her steps. A psalm without words, ancient and endless. The Emberwild was alive, breathing stories into the wind, and Asha was ready to listen. The sun soared higher, casting gentle warmth that spread evenly over the vast dunes. The sky above was a clear expanse of soft blue, edged with wisps of clouds drifting slowly like forgotten dreams. Asha moved forward with quiet grace, her shadowless form blending seamlessly with the shimmering sands beneath her feet. The desert around her seemed to breathe, each grain of sand a tiny piece of a vast, living tapestry woven by time itself. The heat was steady, a gentle hum that wrapped softly around her like a familiar embrace. Though the air rippled with waves of warmth, the softness of the light made the vast emptiness feel less daunting, more like a quiet world inviting her to explore. Asha's gaze lingered on a distant cluster of rocks that rose like silent sentinels against the horizon. Their smooth surfaces caught the sunlight, glowing faintly like embers cooled but never quite extinguished. She imagined the stories those stones might hold, whispers of travelers long gone, echoes of wishes made under starlit skies. Between the dunes, delicate shadows danced, traces left by tiny creatures scurrying beneath the sand's surface. Asha knelt briefly, letting her fingertips graze the warm earth, feeling the gentle vibrations beneath her touch. The desert was alive in the smallest details. The slow crawl of a beetle's legs, the flutter of a moth's wings, a subtle rustle of dry grass bowing in the breeze. She pulled a small, folded cloth from her satchel and wiped the sweat from her brow, the fabric soft and cool against her skin. The day was unfolding slowly, each moment like a gentle note in a quiet psalm. Her thoughts drifted to the star that had fallen into this very place, the bright flare that had shattered the sky, scattering ash that still glowed faintly beneath the sand. The elders had said the star was more than just a burning rock. It was a prison, a cradle for ancient wishes and forgotten dreams. To touch its ashes was to step beyond the ordinary, to face truths that shimmered just beyond the edge of sleep. Asha's heart was calm, steady as she stood and stretched, feeling the warm breeze ripple through her hair. The desert was not a place of harshness, but of subtle wonder, a place where the world's edges softened and mysteries gathered like the gentle dusk. As she began walking again, a faint glimmer caught her eye, a silver thread woven into the sand, gleaming softly in the sunlight. She knelt and traced it gently with her fingers. It felt warm, like a promise left behind by the fallen star. For a moment, she closed her eyes, letting the soft hum of the desert fill her senses. The Ember Wild was alive with quiet magic, and the journey ahead was hers to walk, step by slow, peaceful step. The afternoon sun cast long, soft shadows over the dunes as Asha walked steadily forward. The Ember Wild stretched endlessly before her, an ocean of warm gold and shifting light that seemed to breathe beneath the vast sky. The air held a dry sweetness, the scent of distant wildflowers and sun-baked earth mingling in a quiet melody. Each step sank gently into the sand, leaving a delicate imprint soon kissed away by a whispering breeze. The desert around her was alive with subtle movements, the slow dance of a beetle across a cracked stone, the flutter of a lizard's delicate tail as it slipped into shade, the faint rustle of dry grass bowing in the heat. Asha's shadowless form seemed to glide lightly over the sand, her presence blending with the desert's soft rhythms. The absence of a shadow was like a secret thread woven into her being, a quiet mark of the journey she was destined to take. Far ahead, the dunes rose like gentle waves, their curves softened by the late afternoon light. The sky was brushed with hues of peach and lavender, a calm that whispered promises of stars soon to awaken. She paused atop a low rise, the warm wind brushing through her hair like a gentle sigh. Her eyes scanned the horizon where the Ember Wild seemed to ripple and fold, as if time itself were folding softly over the sands. Asha reached into her satchel and pulled out the smooth amber stone she carried, a small, warm weight that had been with her since childhood. It glimmered faintly in the fading light, a quiet reminder of the fire from which she had been born. Beneath the stone, she felt a pulse, a soft vibration that echoed the rhythm of the desert's heart. It was as if the star of ash was calling to her, a gentle song woven through the quiet heat. She let the stone rest in her palm, closed her eyes, and breathed deeply, filling her lungs with the warm, fragrant air. Somewhere far beyond the dunes, the fallen star waited, its secrets folded in ash and light. And Asha knew that with each step she took, she was drawing closer to the heart of the Ember Wild and to the wish that lay waiting in the ashes. The sky deepened, painting itself in soft shades of rose and violet as the sun began its slow descent. The Ember Wild stretched wide beneath the fading light, its dunes glowing like molten gold touched by the last tender rays of day. Asha moved steadily onward, her footsteps light, almost as if she floated above the sands. The air was cooler now, carrying the faint scent of warm stone and distant pine from lands beyond the desert's edge. A gentle breeze stirred, whispering through the dry grasses and tracing delicate patterns over the sand. Asha paused at a small hollow, nestled between two dunes. The earth here was cooler, the sand soft and shaded. She knelt and let her fingers trail across the grains, feeling the faint warmth lingering from the day's sun, like a soft pulse beneath her touch. Above, the first stars began to twinkle, pale and steady, scattered like tiny lanterns hung across the darkening sky. The constellations seemed to shimmer and shift, ancient shapes telling silent stories in the night. Asha breathed deeply, the cool desert air filling her lungs with quiet calm. The Ember Wild was vast and mysterious, but in this moment, it felt tender and safe, a cradle of secrets waiting to unfold. She pulled her shawl tighter around her shoulders, the fabric soft and comforting, and looked toward the horizon, where the dunes met the twilight. Somewhere beyond those glowing waves lay the crater, still warm with the stars' fading fire, waiting for a wish to be born. Her heart beat steady, a gentle rhythm echoing the quiet song of the desert night. And as the stars watched silently above, Asha whispered a promise to the wind. that she would carry her wish through the fire and listen closely to the ancient light that called her forward. The journey was just beginning. The desert night settled around Asha like a soft blanket, cool and quiet, filled with the gentle hum of a world resting beneath the stars. The sky stretched wide above her, a tapestry of shimmering light that seemed to pulse with a slow, steady heartbeat. The constellations twinkled softly, their ancient glow casting silver threads across the sands. Asha found a small hollow nestled between two dunes, where the sand was cooler and the wind whispered less fiercely. She settled down gently, drawing her shawl close, the fabric soft against her skin. The air smelled faintly of sage and warmed earth, soothing and familiar. Her eyes traced the shapes of the stars, following the slow dance of distant planets and the quiet drift of clouds that blurred the edges of the night. Somewhere far beyond the Ember Wild, the world turned gently, carrying countless stories folded into its endless sky. Asha's thoughts wandered to the journey ahead, the path through the shifting sands, to the crater where the fallen star had come to rest. The elders had spoken of it in hushed tones, their voices soft like the night breeze, telling tales of wishes born from ash and fire. But Asha felt no fear, only a calm certainty that the star's light was a thread woven into her own story, a quiet promise waiting to be fulfilled. She closed her eyes, letting a desert stillness wrap around her like a gentle lullaby. The warmth of the day lingered faintly beneath the sand, a quiet pulse that seemed to speak of time folded softly, of moments stretched and softened like petals unfolding in the dawn. In the distance, the faint glow of the Ember Wild's heart flickered like a slow ember, a silent beacon in the night. Asha breathed deeply, her body relaxed, her mind open. She was part of this ancient place now, its quiet song echoing softly within her. The journey would test her, but in the stillness of the desert night, hope glimmered gently, as steady and enduring as the stars themselves. The first breath of dawn slipped softly across the Ember Wild, a pale glush spreading gently beneath the stars as they faded one by one into the waking sky. Asha stirred beneath the soft shawl wrapped around her shoulders, the cool morning air brushing lightly against her skin. The desert was quiet, the world holding its breath in the delicate pause between night and day. She rose slowly, brushing the sand from her hands, and took a deep breath. The air was cool and sweet, carrying hints of earth and dry leaves. The dunes shimmered softly in the early light, their curves painted with pale gold and rosy shadows. Asha's gaze swept the horizon, where the sky met the sand in a seamless ribbon of gentle color. Somewhere far beyond, the crater waited, still glowing faintly, a beacon of ancient fire and quiet wishes. The journey felt vast, but in the soft morning stillness, it was filled with calm possibility. She adjusted her satchel and began to walk again, each step light and steady. The desert around her seemed to hum quietly, a slow rhythm beneath the earth that pulsed softly in time with her heartbeat. Small creatures stirred beneath the sand, the delicate flutter of wings, the soft scurry of tiny feet. The Ember Wild was alive in its smallest details, a quiet world whispering secrets only those who listened closely could hear. Asha's thoughts drifted gently to the stories she had heard as a child, the tales of the fallen star, the fire that had shaped the desert, and the wish that could be born from its ashes. They spoke of hope and sacrifice, of journeys through fire and light. Her fingers brushed the smooth amber stone she carried, warm and steady in her palm, a reminder of the star's quiet power and the promise it held. The sun rose higher, spilling soft light over the dunes, and painting the world in gentle hues of gold and rose. The day was unfolding slowly, like a flower opening its petals to the sky. Asha's steps carried her deeper into the Emberwild, each moment a quiet step toward the heart of the star's ancient secret. And as the desert stretched endlessly before her, he felt the gentle pull of the ashes whisper, a song woven from fire and time, waiting to be heard. A midday sun hung softly overhead, its light warm and mellow rather than fierce, casting a gentle glow that shimmered over the dunes like a delicate veil. The Emberwild was alive with a quiet energy, a slow, steady pulse that seemed to hum beneath the surface of the sand. Asha moved through it with calm certainty, each step measured and light, her bare feet sinking softly into the warm grains. The desert stretched endlessly in all directions, a landscape of rolling gold and soft shadows, where heat waves danced quietly in the air. Above, the sky was a pale blue, brushed lightly with wisps of white clouds drifting lazily, as if time itself had slowed. Asha paused by a cluster of smooth stones, worn by wind and sun into gentle shapes that felt like ancient sentinels watching over the sands. She traced a finger along one, feeling the cool surface beneath her touch, grounding herself in the stillness. Around her, small desert creatures moved softly, a beetle scuttling over the sand, a lizard slipping into shade, the faint flutter of a moth's wings in the quiet heat. The world was alive in these subtle movements, delicate and enduring. Her satchel hung loosely at her side, the amber stone inside pulsing faintly, warm against her palm. It was a steady reminder of the journey she had begun, a path woven from starlight and ash, from wishes whispered long ago. The wind shifted gently, carrying with it a scent of smoke and dry earth, a quiet hint of the fire that had once fallen from the sky. Asha breathed it in deeply, feeling a calm strength settle in her chest. Far ahead, the dunes rose like waves frozen in time, their curves softened by the afternoon light. Somewhere beyond them, the crater waited, its depths still glowing softly with the stars' fading fire. Asha's heart beat with a quiet rhythm, steady and sure. The journey was long, but each step was a thread in the story she was weaving. A tale of hope carried softly through the Emberwild's endless embrace. She lifted her gaze to the sky, watching as the sun began its slow descent, casting long shadows that stretched gently over the sands. The day's warmth lingered, a soft glow that wrapped around her like a gentle promise. With a calm breath, she turned back to the path, her footsteps light, carrying her onward into the quiet mystery of the desert's heart, where the fallen star's ash whispered softly of wishes yet to be made. The sun began its slow descent, casting the Emberwild in soft hues of amber and rose. The dunes stretched endlessly, their curves glowing warmly beneath the fading light. Asha moved forward with gentle purpose, her bare feet leaving quiet impressions that the desert breeze whispered away before long. The air was calm, carrying the faint scent of dry earth and distant fire, reminders of the stars' fall and the magic woven into the very sands. Around her, the world softened, shadows lengthening and mingling with the last glow of day. Asha paused by a small oasis hidden between two dunes, a cluster of hardy shrubs and pale blossoms thriving in the desert's embrace. She knelt beside a pool of cool, clear water, its surface smooth like glass, reflecting the deepening colors of the sky. Her fingers dipped lightly into the water, sending ripples that shimmered with a gentle light. The desert's quiet breath seemed to gather here, a place of calm amid the shifting sands. She sipped the cool water, feeling it soothe her throat and steady her thoughts. The journey was long, but moments like this were soft pauses in the rhythm of her steps, a chance to rest and listen. The stars began to emerge, tiny points of silver, kindling the deepening dusk. They twinkled faintly, as if watching silently from above, their ancient light carrying stories from distant worlds. Asha's gaze lifted to the sky, her heart steady with quiet wonder. The Emberwild held secrets older than time, and the fallen star's ash was one of them, still warm beneath the earth, holding the promise of wishes yet to be spoken. The gentle breeze stirred again, brushing through the grasses and carrying a soft melodic whisper, like a song without words, woven from the desert's breath. Asha closed her eyes for a moment, letting the peacefulness wrap around her like a soft shawl. The night was settling in, calm and inviting, and she felt the quiet strength of the Emberwild pulsing softly beneath her skin. With a slow breath, she rose and continued onward, the path ahead bathed in the gentle glow of twilight and the soft promise of stars. The journey through the desert's heart had only just begun. The night deepened gently, wrapping the Emberwild in a velvet cloak threaded with silver light. Stars glimmered overhead like scattered lanterns, casting a soft glow that made the dunes seem like waves frozen beneath a tranquil sea. Asha moved carefully, her bare feet brushing against the cool sand, her steps light as whispered secrets. The air was crisp, filled with the quiet sounds of the desert settling into slumber. The distant call of an owl, the rustle of dry grasses bending in the gentle breeze, the faint scurry of unseen creatures beneath the sand. Each sound blended into a soothing symphony of night. Asha paused atop a small rise, the soft glow of the starry sky stretching wide above her. She pulled her shawl close, the fabric warm and comforting against the cool desert air. Her shadowless form stood quiet and still, a delicate silhouette bathed in starlight. She closed her eyes and let the desert's breath wash over her, a slow, steady rhythm that seemed to echo in her chest. The Emberwild was alive in the smallest details, the shimmer of sand under moonlight, the faint sparkle of distant stars mirrored in the earth, the cool whisper of wind weaving through the dunes. In her satchel, the amber stone pulsed faintly, a soft, steady beat like a heartbeat. It was a reminder of the fallen star's promise, a quiet ember of hope nestled deep within the desert's heart. Asha's thoughts drifted to the journey ahead, the winding path to the crater where the star's ash still glowed, holding the power of wishes. She felt a calm certainty, a gentle strength growing within her, as steady and enduring as the stars themselves. Opening her eyes, she looked toward the horizon, where the first hints of dawn would soon stir the sky. The desert stretched endlessly, a vast, shimmering world filled with quiet wonder and ancient magic. With a soft smile, she rose and continued forward, her steps light, her heart steady. The journey was far from over, but the night's calm wrapped around her like a gentle lullaby, guiding her through the quiet mystery of the Emberwild. Asha's footsteps were soft beneath the growing light of dawn. The desert was a quiet world caught between night and day, a place where shadows melted gently into soft pastels, and the cool air carried a faint scent of earth and ash. The Emberwild seemed to breathe slowly, a vast, endless heart beating softly beneath the sands. The sky above was pale blue, tinged with faint pink and gold, promising a new day filled with gentle light. Asha paused on a dune's crest, letting the warm breeze play through her hair. She felt the subtle pulse of the amber stone nestled in her satchel, steady and warm, a tether to the fallen star, to the ancient promise she carried quietly within her. Around her, the desert stirred to life in small, delicate ways. Tiny flowers unfurled their petals to the morning sun, their colors soft and glowing like whispers of color against the gold. A lizard darted swiftly across the stand, its scales catching the light with a faint shimmer. The world felt full of gentle motion, a soft dance of life unfolding beneath the endless sky. Asha's gaze drifted to the horizon, where the dunes rolled in gentle waves, fading softly into a shimmering haze. Somewhere beyond that shimmering edge lay the crater, the resting place of the fallen star. It was a place of fire and ash, of wishes waiting to be born from the quiet embers. She breathed deeply, filling her lungs with the crisp, fragrant air. The journey was long and the path uncertain, but in the calm of the morning, she felt a quiet strength rising within her. The desert was a living story, and she was part of its gentle unfolding. With a soft smile, Asha began walking again, her steps light and steady, carrying her deeper into the heart of the Emberwild. The sun climbed higher, painting the world in soft gold, and the whisper of the star's ash called to her, like a song woven from light and time. Each moment was a quiet step toward the ancient secret waiting beneath the sands, a promise held gently in the soft glow of dawn. The sun's warmth grew steadily as the day unfurled over the Emberwild, casting gentle light that bathed the dunes in a soft golden glow. Asha's bare feet traced quiet paths across the shifting sands, the grains warm and smooth beneath her touch. The desert hummed with a steady pulse, a slow rhythm that seemed to breathe beneath the earth itself. The sky above stretched wide and clear, a pale blue canvas brushed lightly with wisps of cloud drifting lazily like gentle thoughts. The air was dry but fragrant, carrying faint hints of sage and distant fire, whispers of the star's fall that had shaped this ancient land. Asha moved with a calm certainty, each step weaving her deeper into the desert's quiet embrace. Around her, the Emberwild stirred softly, a beetle tracing a delicate line across a sunwarmed stone, the flutter of a moth's wings as it danced through the air, the subtle rustle of dry grasses bowing in the gentle breeze. She paused beside a cluster of stones, smooth and warm by time and wind, their surfaces glowing faintly with a warm amber light. Asha knelt and rested her hands against the cool rock, grounding herself in the steady pulse beneath her fingertips, a silent conversation between earth and soul. Her thoughts drifted to the stories whispered in her village, the legends of the fallen star, the fire that had carved this desert, and the wishes born from its glowing ash. Each tale was a thread woven into the tapestry of her own story, a quiet promise carried in the heart of the Emberwild. The amber stone in her satchel pulsed gently, a steady warmth that echoed the desert's rhythm. It was a reminder of the journey she had begun, of the quiet hope that carried her forward through the shifting sands. Asha rose slowly, the soft light catching the edges of her shadowless form, and lifted her gaze to the horizon, where the dunes rolled like waves beneath the endless sky. Somewhere beyond those shimmering folds lay the crater, the resting place of the fallen star, and the heart of the wish she sought. With a steady breath, she began to walk again, her footsteps light, her spirit calm. The Emberwild was a world of quiet magic, a realm where time bent softly and mysteries whispered in the wind, and Asha was ready to listen. The afternoon sun leaned gently toward the horizon, its light softening the Emberwild's endless dunes into warm amber waves that shimmered with quiet grace. Asha's bare feet moved with steady rhythm, each step leaving a faint imprint on the sand's smooth surface, soon kissed away by a whispering breeze. The desert air held a gentle warmth, tinged with the faint scent of sage and dry earth, a quiet reminder of the star's fire that had once blazed across the sky. Above her, the sky stretched wide and clear, a pale blue gradually deepening toward the soft hues of evening. Asha paused beside a weathered rock, its surface worn smooth by centuries of wind and sun. She reached out, letting her fingers trace the gentle curves, feeling the coolness beneath her touch. A steady heartbeat beneath the desert's quiet breath. Around her, the Emberwild thrummed softly with life. A lone beetle scurried across the sand, its shell catching the light with a subtle gleam. The delicate flutter of moth wings stirred the air briefly, before vanishing into the warm glow. Small grasses bowed gently in the breeze, their rustle a soft melody woven into the silence. In her satchel, the amber stone pulsed with a steady warmth, a quiet reminder of the fallen star's lingering fire. It was more than a talisman. It was a whisper of hope, a beacon guiding her steps through the shifting sands. Her gaze lifted to the horizon, where dunes rolled like gentle waves, fading softly into the distant haze. Somewhere beyond lay the crater, the resting place, the star's ash, still warm, still glowing faintly with ancient light. Asha's heart beat steady and calm. The journey was long, but each step was a quiet thread woven into the story she was living. A tale of fire and ash, of wishes born from quiet courage. The wind stirred again, carrying a soft melodic whisper, a song without words, woven from the breath of the desert and the light of distant stars. With a gentle smile, she rose and continued onward. The path ahead bathed in the golden glow of fading day and a soft promise of night's embrace. The sun slipped slowly beyond the horizon, bathing the Emberwild in a gentle glow of rose and gold. Shadows stretched long and soft across the dunes, folding into one another like waves, frozen in a moment of quiet grace. The desert breathed softly beneath the evening sky, a vast and tranquil world, wrapped in the hush of twilight. Asha moved with measured steps, her bare feet sinking gently into the cooling sand. The air was filled with the subtle scent of sage and distant smoke, a delicate fragrance that seemed to carry the memory of the star's fire. Above, the first stars began to twinkle faintly, their silver light weaving silent stories across the sky's deepening canvas. She paused atop a small dune, the soft breeze brushing through her hair like a whisper. Her shadowless form stood still against the dimming light, a quiet silhouette blending seamlessly with the desert's gentle rhythms. Asha pulled her shawl tighter around her shoulders, the fabric warm and comforting against the night's cool breath. Her fingers brushed the smooth amber stone nestled in her satchel, its faint pulse a steady echo of the star's ancient fire. The Emberwild held its secrets close, a realm where time folded softly and reality simmered like a mirage. Somewhere beyond the distant dunes, the crater waited, its depths still glowing faintly, a cradle of ash and light where wishes could be born. Asha's heart beat calm and steady, filled with quiet wonder and gentle resolve. She closed her eyes, letting the desert's lullaby wrap around her like a soft embrace. The rustle of dry grasses, the distant call of nightbirds, the soft sigh of the wind weaving through the sands. When she opened her eyes, the stars had multiplied, casting a silver glow that shimmered softly on the dunes. The journey was far from over, but in the stillness of the night, hope glimmered gently, as enduring and steady as the stars themselves. With a soft smile, she turned and continued onward, her footsteps light, carrying her deeper into the Emberwild ancient heart. A night deepened softly as Asha walked beneath a sky filled with quiet stars, each one twinkling like a gentle promise whispered across the vast darkness. The cool desert air brushed lightly against her skin, carrying the scent of warm earth and distant embers, echoes of the fallen star's fire that still lingered somewhere beyond the dunes. Her footsteps were soundless, the sand beneath her feet cool and smooth. The vastness of the Emberwild stretched endlessly, a silent ocean of soft shadows and silver light. Around her, the desert whispered in gentle currents, the rustle of dry grasses, the faint flutter of moth wings, the slow scurry of tiny creatures hidden beneath the sands. Asha paused at the crest of a dune, gazing toward the horizon, where the faint glow of the crater shimmered like a distant heartbeat. It was a soft, steady light, an ember resting beneath the earth, holding the promise of wishes born from fire and ash. She pulled her shawl tighter around her shoulders, the fabric warm and comforting in the cool night. Her fingers brushed the amber stone in her satchel, its steady pulse echoing the quiet rhythm of her own heartbeat. The desert around her seemed to hum with quiet magic, a place where time bent softly and dreams drifted like leaves on a slow-moving stream. The star's ash was more than a remnant of fire. It was a cradle of hope, a seed of possibility nestled deep within the earth. Asha breathed deeply, filling her lungs with the cool, fragrant air. She felt the steady strength of the ember wild weaving through her, a calm, enduring presence that carried her steps forward. The stars above shimmered gently, their light a soft lantern guiding her path through the endless night. With a quiet smile, she turned from the dune and continued onward, her footsteps light and steady, drawn forward by the gentle call of the fallen star's ancient light. The first light of dawn stretched softly across the ember wild, painting the dunes with gentle strokes of pale gold and rosy pink. The desert awoke slowly, its vast expanse shimmering beneath the tender glow of morning. Asha moved steadily onward, her bare feet brushing against the cool sands as the air filled with the sweet scent of earth and wildflowers. The sky above was a canvas of soft pastels, where delicate clouds drifted lazily like whispers caught in a gentle breeze. The world felt quiet and full of promise, a moment suspended between night and day, where dreams lingered softly at the edge of waking. Asha paused on a gentle rise, the amber stone in her satchel warm against her palm. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply, letting the calm of the desert seep into her bones, a steady rhythm that echoed the slow pulse of the earth beneath her feet. Around her, the ember wild stirred with subtle life. Tiny flowers unfurling their petals to greet the sun, a beetle tracing a delicate path across a sun-warmed rock, the faint rustle of dry grasses swaying gently in the morning breeze. Her thoughts drifted to the crater, the resting place of the fallen star, a place of fire and ash where wishes were said to be born. The journey was long, and the path uncertain, but in the soft light of dawn, hope glimmered like a quiet flame within her heart. Asha rose and began to walk again, her steps light and steady, carrying her deeper into the desert's embrace. The sun climbed higher, casting a warm glow that wrapped the world in gentle light, and the ember wild secrets whispered softly on the breeze. Each moment was a quiet step forward, a thread woven into the story she was creating, a tale of courage, wonder, and the gentle power of wishes born from the ashes of stars. The morning sun climbed steadily, draping the ember wild in a gentle warmth that caressed the dunes like a tender sigh. The desert air was crisp and fragrant, filled with the scent of dry earth and distant wildflowers that bloomed quietly in hidden corners. Asha's footsteps were light and deliberate, her bare feet sinking softly into the sunlit sand. Around her, the world was alive with subtle movements. A lone beetle traced a shimmering path across a sun-warmed stone. The delicate moth fluttered past, its wings catching the light in a fleeting dance, and the grasses whispered gently in the breeze. The ember wild was a tapestry woven of small wonders, a quiet symphony of life beneath the vast sky. Asha paused beside a weathered rock, its surface smoothed by centuries of wind and sun. She rested her hand against the cool stone, feeling the steady pulse beneath, a silent heartbeat echoing the rhythm of the desert itself. It was as if the land carried the memory of the fallen star, a quiet story told in warmth and light. Her thoughts drifted to the journey ahead, a winding path to the crater where the star's ash still glowed faintly, holding the power of wishes and dreams. The elders' tales whispered of fire and light, of courage and sacrifice, and the delicate balance between hope and loss. The amber stone in her satchel pulsed gently, a soft warmth that mirrored the steady beat of her own heart. It was a tether to the star's ancient promise. a reminder of the quiet strength that carried her forward. She lifted her gaze to the horizon, where dunes rolled like gentle waves beneath the endless sky. Somewhere beyond those shimmering folds lay the crater, a place of fire and ash, of secrets waiting to be unveiled. With a calm breath, Asha rose and continued her journey, each step a thread woven into the tapestry of the Emberwild's timeless story. The desert's quiet magic wrapped around her like a soft shawl, guiding her through the gentle mystery of the sands. The day stretched ahead, full of light and soft promise, and Asha moved forward with steady grace, drawn onward by the whisper of the fallen star. The sun drifted higher, spilling soft, golden light across the Emberwild's rolling dunes. Asha's bare feet traced a quiet path over the warm sand, each step steady and sure, as if guided by a gentle pulse beneath the earth. The desert stretched wide and endless, a shimmering sea of gold and amber, alive with the faint hum of ancient magic. The air was dry and fragrant, carrying subtle hints of sage and sun-worn stone. Around her, the small creatures of the desert stirred softly, a beetle's delicate footsteps across a sunlit rock, the flutter of moth wings caught briefly in a gentle breeze, and the faint rustle of grasses swaying in quiet rhythm. Asha paused beside a cluster of smooth stones, worn by centuries of wind and sun into gentle, rounded shapes. She knelt and let her fingers brush the cool surfaces, feeling a steady warmth that seemed to pulse beneath her touch, a heartbeat woven into the very bones of the desert. Her mind wandered to the stories she had heard in her village, the legends of the fallen star, its fiery descent, and the ash that held the power to grant a wish. They spoke of journeys through fire and shadow, of courage tested and secrets revealed, all wrapped in the gentle mystery of the Emberwild. The amber stone in her satchel pulsed softly, a steady, comforting warmth that echoed the quiet rhythm of her own heartbeat. It was more than a token. It was a quiet promise, a beacon that guided her through the shifting sands. As his gaze lifted to the horizon, where the dunes rolled like waves frozen in a golden sea, their edges softened by the gentle light of midday. Somewhere beyond those shimmering curves lay the crater, the resting place of the fallen star, and the heart of the wish she sought. With a calm breath, she rose and resumed her journey, her steps light and measured, weaving quietly into the ancient story written in the sands beneath her feet. The Emberwild was a world of quiet magic, a place where time folded gently and wishes whispered softly in the warm breeze. The afternoon sun stretched across the Emberwild, bathing the dunes in soft light that shimmered like liquid gold. Asha's footsteps moved steadily, her bare feet sinking gently into the warm sand, leaving delicate traces that the breeze soon began to erase. The desert held its breath, a vast and tranquil world woven of light and shadow. The air was warm and fragrant, carrying the subtle scent of dry earth and distant wildflowers. Around her, the small life of the desert stirred softly. A beetle scuttled across a sun-warmed stone. A moth danced lazily in the gentle breeze, and grasses bowed gracefully under the touch of the wind. Asha paused beside a smooth, weathered rock, its surface cool beneath her fingertips. She felt the steady pulse beneath the stone, a quiet heartbeat echoing the rhythm of the Emberwild itself. It was as if the desert held the memory of the fallen star, a gentle story told in warmth and light. Her thoughts drifted to the journey ahead, the winding path through the shifting sands to the crater where the star's ash still glowed faintly, holding the power of wishes. The elders' tales whispered of fire and hope, of courage and quiet sacrifice, all wrapped in the gentle mystery of the desert. The amber stone in her satchel pulsed softly, a comforting warmth that mirrored the steady beat of her own heart. It was a beacon, a quiet promise guiding her steps through the Emberwild's vast embrace. She lifted her gaze to the horizon, where dunes rolled like waves beneath the endless sky, their edges softened by the afternoon light. Somewhere beyond those shimmering curves lay the crater, the resting place of the fallen star and the heart of the wish she sought. With a calm breath, Asha rose and continued her journey, each step a thread woven into the tapestry of the Emberwild's timeless story. The desert's quiet magic wrapped around her like a soft shawl, guiding her gently through the shifting sands. The day stretched ahead, filled with soft light and quiet promise, and Asha moved forward with steady grace, drawn onward by the whisper of the fallen star's ancient light. The sun began its slow descent, casting long, soft shadows across the Emberwild. The dunes transformed into gentle waves of amber and rose, glowing softly beneath the fading light. Ash's bare feet pressed lightly into the warm sand as she walked, each step carrying her deeper into the desert's quiet embrace. The air was cool now, tinged with the scent of earth and distant smoke, a gentle reminder of the star's fire that had once blazed across the sky. Above her, the sky stretched wide and deepening into shades of violet and gold, inviting the first stars to awaken. Asha paused beside a small oasis, tucked between two dunes, a cluster of hardy shrubs and pale blossoms thriving in the desert's gentle cradle. She knelt by a pool of clear, cool water, its surface smooth like glass and reflecting soft colors of the twilight sky. Her fingers traced delicate ripples across the water, sending tiny waves shimmering in the fading light. The desert's breath seemed to gather here, a place of calm and renewal amid the endless sands. She sipped the cool water, feeling it soothe her throat and steady her thoughts. The journey was long, but moments like this were gentle pauses, soft rests in the rhythm of her steps. The stars above twinkled faintly, their light weaving silent stories across the sky's vast canvas. Asha's gaze lifted to the heavens, her heart steady with quiet wonder. The Emberwild held secrets older than time, and the fallen star's ash was one of them, still warm beneath the earth, holding the promise of wishes yet to be born. Asha closed her eyes, letting the desert's lullaby wrap around her like a soft shawl. The rustle of grasses, the distant call of night birds, the sigh of the wind through the dunes. When she opened her eyes, the stars shone brighter, casting a silver glow that shimmered softly on the sand. The journey was far from over, but in the stillness of the night, hope glimmered gently, as steady and enduring as the stars themselves. With a soft smile, she rose and continued onward, her footsteps light, carrying her deeper into the Emberwild's ancient heart. The night air wrapped gently around Asha, cool and soft like a whispered promise. The Emberwild stretched endlessly beneath a tapestry of stars, each one sparkling with ancient light, casting a silver glow that painted the dunes in delicate shades of shadow and shimmer. The desert breathed quietly, alive with the subtle hum of life hidden beneath the sands. Asha moved with calm purpose, her footsteps leaving faint traces in the cool earth, soon to be erased by the gentle night breeze. The silence was not empty, but full, a soothing melody woven from the rustle of dry grasses, the distant call of an owl, the soft flutter of moth wings. She paused atop a low dew, drawing her shawl tighter around her shoulders. The fabric was warm and comforting against the chill of night. Her fingers brushed the smooth amber stone, nestled in her satchel, feeling its steady pulse, a quiet heartbeat in the vast stillness. Above, the stars traced their ancient paths across the sky, their light a soft lantern guiding her onward. Somewhere far beyond the horizon lay the crater, still glowing faintly with the embered ash of a fallen star. It was a place of quiet power, where wishes waited patiently to be born. Asha breathed deeply, filling her lungs with the cool, fragrant air. She felt the desert's steady strength weaving through her, a calm, enduring presence that lent her quiet courage. The journey was long, and the path was uncertain. But in the stillness of the night, hope glimmered gently, as enduring as the stars themselves. With a soft smile, she began walking again, her footsteps light and sure, carrying her deeper into the Emberwild's ancient heart, the desert's quiet magic wrapped around her like a gentle shawl, a comforting embrace that whispered of secrets yet to be revealed. The night was vast and peaceful, a realm where time folded softly and dreams drifted like leaves on a slow-moving stream. And Asha was ready to listen. The early morning light seeped slowly into the Emberwild, casting soft hues of lavender and gold across the rolling dunes. Asha felt the gentle warmth of dawn brush against her skin, a tender greeting from the desert itself. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the faint scent of earth and the promise of new beginnings. Her steps were quiet and steady, each one sinking softly into the cool sand as she moved deeper into the vast expanse. Around her, the desert stirred gently, the delicate unfolding of tiny flowers, the flutter of a moth's wings, the whisper of grasses swaying in the gentle breeze. Life blossomed quietly amid the stillness. Asha paused atop a gentle rise, the amber stone in her satchel pulsing softly like a heartbeat. She closed her eyes, breathing deeply, feeling the desert's calm rhythm weaving through her, steady and sure. The horizon stretched wide, where the dunes rolled like waves touched by the first light of day. Somewhere beyond lay the crater, the resting place of the fallen star and the birthplace of the wish she sought. She opened her eyes and gazed toward the shimmering sands, the vastness of the Emberwild unfolding before her like an ancient story waiting to be told. Each step forward was a quiet thread in that story, a soft promise carried on the breath of the desert wind. Asha adjusted her shawl and continued onward, her heart steady, her spirit calm. The journey was far from over, but in the gentle embrace of dawn, hope glimmered softly, an ember glowing bright against the endless sands. The Emberwild whispered its secrets, and she listened with quiet wonder. The morning sun climbed higher, casting a gentle light that shimmered across the Emberwild's rolling dunes. Asha's bare feet moved steadily, tracing a soft path through the warm sand. The desert was alive with quiet motion, the soft rustle of grasses, the flutter of moth wings, and the slow scurry of small creatures hidden beneath the earth. The air carried a faint scent of sage and sun-warmed stone, mingling with the subtle hint of distant fire, the lingering breath of the fallen star's blaze. Above, the sky was a soft canvas of pale blue, dotted with wisps of cloud that drifted lazily like gentle thoughts. Asha paused beside a weathered stone, its surface smooth from centuries of wind and sun. She placed her hand lightly on the rock, feeling the steady pulse beneath, a silent heartbeat woven into the desert's ancient bones. Her mind drifted to the stories whispered in her village, the legends of the star's fiery descent and the ash that held the power to grant a wish. Each tale was a thread in the tapestry of her journey, a quiet promise carried gently through the Emberwild's endless embrace. The amber stone in her satchel pulsed softly, a warm glow that echoed the steady rhythm of her own heart. It was a beacon, a quiet guide through the shifting sands. Her gaze lifted to the horizon, where the dunes stretched endlessly, their edges softened by the golden light. Somewhere beyond lay the crater, a resting place of fire and ash, where wishes waited to be born. With a deep breath, Asha rose and continued forward, her steps light and measured, weaving herself into the ancient story written beneath her feet. The desert's gentle magic wrapped around her like a soft shawl, guiding her through the quiet mystery of the sands. The day stretched ahead, filled with soft light and gentle promise. Asha moved onward, drawn by the whisper of a fallen star's ancient fire. The afternoon sun cast long, warm shadows across the Ember Wild, painting the dunes in shades of gold and amber. Asha's footsteps were steady and soft, her bare feet sinking gently into the warm sand, leaving delicate traces that the breeze began to erase. The desert breathed quietly beneath the vast sky, a world of light and shadow unfolding endlessly. The air was warm and fragrant, carrying the subtle scents of dry earth and distant wildflowers. Around her, the small life of the desert stirred gently, a beetle tracing a shimmering path across a sun-warmed stone, a moth fluttering lazily in the breeze, and grasses bowing softly under the wind's touch. Asha paused beside a weathered rock, its surface cool beneath her fingertips. She felt the steady pulse beneath the stone, a quiet heartbeat echoing the rhythm of the Ember Wild itself. The desert held the memory of the fallen star, a gentle story told in warmth and light. Her thoughts wandered to the journey ahead, the path winding through shifting sands, to the crater where the star's ash glowed faintly, holding the power of wishes. The elders' tales spoke of fire and hope, courage and quiet sacrifice, all wrapped in the desert's gentle mystery. The amber stone in her satchel pulsed softly, a comforting warmth mirroring the steady beat of her own heart. It was a beacon, a quiet promise guiding her steps. She lifted her gaze to the horizon, where dunes rolled like waves beneath the endless sky. Somewhere beyond those shimmering curves lay the crater, the resting place of the fallen star and the heart of the wish she sought. With a calm breath, Asha rose and continued her journey, each step a thread woven into the tapestry of the Ember Wild's timeless story. The desert's quiet magic wrapped around her like a soft shawl, guiding her gently through the shifting sands. The days stretched ahead, filled with soft light and quiet promise, and Asha moved forward with steady grace, drawn onward by the whisper of the fallen star's ancient light. The golden light of late afternoon draped the Ember Wild in a warm embrace, softening the dunes into gentle waves that shimmered beneath the sinking sun. Asha's steps were steady, each one pressing softly into the sand, the grains pool where shadows lengthened. The desert was alive with quiet motion, the subtle rustle of grasses, the flutter of a moth's wings, the distant call of a lizard slipping through the rocks. The air carried the faint scent of sage and dry earth, mingling with the lingering warmth of the fallen star's fire. Above, the sky shifted from pale blue to soft shades of rose and amber, signaling the day's slow retreat. Asha paused beside a clustered smooth stones, worn gently by centuries of wind and sun. She rested her hands on the cool surfaces, feeling the steady pulse beneath, a quiet heartbeat echoing the rhythm of the desert itself. It was as if the earth held the memory of the star's fiery fall, a gentle story told in warmth and light. Her thoughts drifted to the crater ahead, the resting place of the fallen star and the heart of the wish she sought. The journey had been long and winding, filled with quiet moments of wonder and soft revelations. The amber stone in her satchel pulsed with a comforting warmth, a steady rhythm that mirrored the beating of her own heart. It was a beacon, a promise carried through the shifting sands, guiding her steps toward the ancient light. Asha lifted her gaze to the horizon, where dunes rolled like waves beneath the soft glow of twilight. Somewhere beyond those shimmering folds lay the crater, a place of fire and ash, of hope and quiet magic. With a calm breath, she rose and continued forward, her footsteps light and sure, woven into the endless story written beneath the sands. The Ember Wild's gentle magic wrapped around her like a soft shawl, carrying her onward through the desert's timeless embrace. The day slipped quietly into dusk, and Asha moved with steady grace, drawn by the whisper of the fallen star's ancient flame. Twilight deepened slowly, weaving soft shadows across the Ember Wild's rolling dunes. The sky shifted from rose to deep indigo, studded with the first twinkling stars. Asha's footsteps were steady and gentle, her bare feet sinking softly into the cool sand as the desert cooled under the night's embrace. The air carried a quiet stillness, fragrant with the scent of sage and distant smoke, a lingering trace of the fallen star's fire. Around her, the desert breathed with subtle life. The rustle of dry grasses, the faint flutter of moth wings, the distant call of a night bird echoing softly through the vast silence. Asha paused atop a gentle rise, drawing her shawl close against the cooling air. The fabric was warm and comforting, a small shield against the desert's night chill. Her fingers brushed the smooth amber stone nestled in her satchel, feeling its steady pulse, a quiet heartbeat in the vast stillness. Above, the stars traced their ancient paths, their light a soft lantern guiding her onward. Somewhere beyond the horizon lay the crater, still glowing faintly with the embered ash of the fallen star. It was a place of quiet power, where wishes waited patiently to be born. Asha breathed deeply, filling her lungs with the cool, fragrant night air. She felt the desert's steady strength weaving through her, a calm, enduring presence lending her quiet courage. The journey was long, the path uncertain, but in the stillness of the night, hope glimmered gently, as enduring as the stars themselves. With a soft smile, she began walking again, her footsteps light and sure, carrying her deeper into the Emberwild's ancient heart. The desert's quiet magic wrapped around her like a gentle shawl, a comforting embrace that whispered of secrets yet to be revealed. The night was vast and peaceful, a realm where time folded softly and dreams drifted like leaves on a slow-moving stream. And Asha was ready to listen. The deep night held the Emberwild in a tender silence, as if the desert itself were holding its breath. Above, a silver moon traced a gentle arc across the sky, its soft light spilling over the dunes and casting long, delicate shadows. The air was cool and still, carrying the faint scent of earth and fire, the lingering breath of the fallen star's ancient blaze. Asha moved with quiet reverence, her footsteps leaving gentle imprints in the sand that the night breeze slowly erased. Around her, the desert whispered softly, the rustle of grasses, the flutter of moth wings, the distant cry of a night bird fading into the vastness. She paused beside a smooth stone, its surface cool and comforting beneath her fingertips. The amber stone in her satchel pulsed softly, a steady heartbeat echoing the rhythm of the desert. It was a quiet reminder of the promise she carried, the wish waiting to be born from the star's ash. Her gaze lifted to the horizon, where the dunes rolled like waves beneath the moon's gentle glow. Somewhere beyond those shimmering curves lay the crater, its depths still warm with the embered light of the fallen star. Asha breathed deeply, the cool night air filling her lungs and steadying her spirit. The journey was long, but in the soft embrace of the desert night, hope glimmered gently, an ember glowing steadily against the vast darkness. With a calm smile, she rose and continued onward, her footsteps light and sure, woven into the endless story written beneath the sands. The Emberwild's quiet magic wrapped around her like a soft shawl, guiding her gently toward the ancient secret waiting beyond the dunes. The night was a world of gentle dreams and whispered promises, and Asha listened with an open heart. The moon hung low and luminous, casting a gentle silver light across the Emberwild. The dunes shimmered softly, their curves and edges outlined like waves, frozen in a quiet sea of sand. Asha's bare feet touched the earth lightly, her steps steady and sure despite the vastness around her. The desert night was alive with subtle sounds, the soft rustle of dry grasses, the distant call of an owl, the flutter of moth wings brushing the cool air. Each whisper blended into a soothing melody that wrapped the world in calm. Asha paused atop a small rise, the amber stone in her satchel glowing faintly with a warm pulse. She reached inside and held it in her palm, feeling its comforting heat, a gentle heartbeat syncing with her own. She gazed toward the horizon, where the dunes rolled endlessly beneath the star-studded sky. Somewhere beyond lay the crater, the resting place of the fallen star, and the cradle of the wish she sought. The cool night air filled her lungs, steadying her heart. The journey was far from over, but in the stillness of the desert night, hope shone quietly, an ember glowing with patient light. With a soft smile, she rose and continued forward, her footsteps weaving softly into the tapestry of the Emberwild. The desert's magic wrapped around her like a gentle shawl, guiding her toward the secrets waiting in the ash. The night stretched wide and peaceful, a realm where time folded softly and dreams whispered on the breeze. And Asha walked on, ready to listen. The night deepened, and the Emberwild became a realm of shadows and soft light. The stars above shimmered like scattered diamonds, her gentle glow casting a serene silver hue across the rolling dunes. Asha's footsteps were quiet, her bare feet sinking softly into the cool sand, tracing a path that blended seamlessly into the desert's endless expanse. The air was cool and crisp, filled with the scent of dry earth and faint traces of sage. Around her, the desert whispered. Grasses swayed softly in the night breeze, moths fluttered past like delicate spirits, and somewhere distant, the low call of a nightbird echoed gently across the stillness. Asha paused on a gentle rise, pulling her shawl tighter against the chill. Her fingers closed around the warm amber stone nestled in her satchel, feeling its steady pulse, a quiet rhythm that echoed the heartbeat of the desert itself. Her eyes lifted toward the horizon, where the dunes rolled like waves beneath a vast sky. Somewhere beyond that shimmering edge lay the crater, its depths still glowing faintly with the embered ash of the fallen star. She breathed deeply, the cool air filling her lungs and calming her spirit. A journey was long and winding, but in this tranquil moment, hope glimmered softly, a small flame flickering steadily against the vast darkness. With a gentle smile, Asha rose and continued onward, her footsteps light and sure. The Emberwild's magic wrapped around her like a soft shawl, guiding her steps through the quiet mystery of the desert. The night was a world of gentle dreams and whispered promises, and Asha listened with an open heart, ready for whatever secrets the dawn might bring. The gentle night breeze whispered softly as Asha moved through the Emberwild, the cool sand beneath her feet cool and comforting in contrast to the warm haze past. The sky above was a vast shimmering tapestry strewn with countless stars, each one casting a faint silver light that danced across the dunes' rolling curves. Around her, the desert was alive with quiet motion. Grasses swayed in time with the soft wind. The distant call of an owl echoed across the vast expanse, and moths flitted like gentle phantoms through the cool air. Every sound blended into a soothing melody, wrapping the night in calm and stillness. Asha's fingers brushed the amber stone nestled in her satchel, feeling its steady pulse, like a gentle heartbeat, syncing with the rhythm of the desert. It was a warm anchor, a quiet reminder of the promise she carried deep within her. She paused atop a small rise and looked toward the horizon. The dunes stretched endlessly, their edges softened by the silver light of the moon and stars. Somewhere beyond lay the crater, glowing faintly with the embered ash of the fallen star, a place where wishes waited patiently to be born. Drawing a slow, steady breath, Asha felt the desert's steady strength flow through her, lending quiet courage to her steps. The journey was long, the path winding and uncertain, but in the stillness of the night, hope glimmered gently, like an ember glowing softly in the dark. With a soft smile, She rose and continued forward, her footsteps light and sure, the Emberwild's quiet magic wrapped around her like a comforting shawl, guiding her deeper into the desert's ancient heart. The night was a realm of gentle dreams and whispered secrets, and Asha walked on, ready to listen. The desert night stretched wide and calm beneath a quilt of shimmering stars. Asha's footsteps were soft, her bare feet pressing gently into the cool sand as she moved with steady grace through the Emberwild. The air was crisp and fragrant, filled with the scent of sage and earth, carrying the quiet breath of the fallen star's ancient fire. Above, the moon cast a pale, soothing light, washing the dunes in gentle silver hues. Shadows danced softly across the rolling sands, folding into one another like whispered secrets. Around her, the desert breathed in gentle rhythms, the rustle of grasses, the flutter of moth wings, the distant call of a night bird blending into the vast stillness. Asha paused atop a low dune, pulling her shawl closer against the chill. Her fingers brushed the warm amber stone nestled in her satchel, feeling its steady pulse, a quiet heartbeat in the silence of the night. Her gaze lifted to the horizon, where the dunes rolled endlessly beneath the vast sky. Somewhere beyond lay the crater, its depths glowing faintly with the embered ash of the fallen star, a place of quiet power where wishes waited patiently to be born. She breathed deeply, the cool air filling her lungs and steadying her spirit. The journey was long, the path winding and uncertain, but in the stillness of the night, hope glimmered softly, an ember glowing steadily against the vast darkness. With a gentle smile, Asha rose and continued forward, her footsteps light and sure, weaving softly into the ancient story of the Emberwild. The desert's magic wrapped around her like a comforting shawl, guiding her deeper into its timeless embrace. The night was a realm of gentle dreams and whispered promises, and Asha listened, ready for the secrets the stars might share. The night deepened softly as Asha continued her journey through the Emberwild, the vast desert folding around her like a quiet dream. The stars above sparkled with ancient light, their gentle glow weaving patterns across the sky, as if telling stories older than time itself. The sand beneath her feet was cool and smooth, shifting softly with each step, while the air carried the subtle scent of sage and earth, the quiet breath of the desert's enduring spirit. Asha's shawl wrapped snugly around her shoulders, a comforting shield against the night's chill. She paused beside a lone, weathered stone, its surface worn smooth by countless years of wind and sun. Her fingers traced the cool surface, feeling the steady pulse beneath, the heartbeat of the desert, steady and eternal. In her satchel, the amber stone pulsed softly, its warm light a quiet beacon in the darkness. It was a reminder of the fallen star's promise, a quiet hope nestled deep within the Emberwild's endless sands. Asha's gaze lifted to the horizon, where the dunes rolled like gentle waves beneath the silver light of the moon. Somewhere beyond lay the crater, glowing faintly with embered ash, a place where wishes waited, patient and still. She took a deep breath, the cool air filling her lungs and steadying her heart. The path ahead was long and winding, but in the stillness of the night, hope glimmered like a steady flame, unwavering and true. With a soft smile, she rose and resumed her walk, her footsteps weaving softly into the desert's ancient tale. The Emberwild's gentle magic wrapped around her like a warm shawl, guiding her deeper into its timeless embrace. The night was a world of whispered dreams and quiet secrets, and Asha listened with an open heart. The moon's gentle glow softened the landscape, turning the Emberwild into a silver sea of undulating dunes. Asha's bare feet left faint impressions in the cool sand, quickly softened by the whispering night breeze. The desert was alive with quiet sounds. The soft rustle of grasses, the distant call of an owl, the faint flutter of moth wings weaving through the night air. She moved with calm certainty, each step carrying her deeper into the desert's embrace. The amber stone nestled in her satchel pulsed steadily, a warm glow that mirrored the quiet rhythm of her heartbeat. It was a gentle reminder of the star's promise, a beacon to guide her through the shifting sands. Asha paused atop a small dune, drawing her shawl closer against the night's chill. Her gaze swept over the horizon, where the dunes rolled endlessly beneath the starlit sky. Somewhere beyond, the crater awaited, its depths still glowing faintly with embered ash, a cradle of wishes yet to be born. The desert's breath was soft and steady, a quiet lullaby that wrapped around her like a comforting shawl. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply, letting the cool air fill her lungs and steady her spirit. The journey was long, the path winding, but in the stillness of the night, hope glimmered gently, an ember glowing steadily against the vast darkness. With a gentle smile, Asha rose and resumed her journey, her footsteps light and sure, weaving softly into the desert's ancient story. The Emberwild's quiet magic surrounded her, guiding her onward with a tender grace. The night stretched wide and peaceful, a realm where dreams drifted like leaves on a slow-moving stream. And Asha listened, ready for the secrets the stars might share. The quiet vastness of the Emberwild stretched endlessly under the moon's soft glow, its gentle light casting silver shadows that danced lightly across the rippling dunes. Asha moved with a steady grace, her bare feet pressing softly into the cool, yielding sand, each step a gentle echo in the vast silence of the desert night. The air was crisp and fragrant with the scent of sage and earth, carrying the faintest trace of fire, the lingering breath of the fallen star that had once blazed bright across the sky. Around her, the desert whispered softly. Grasses swayed in rhythm with the breeze. Moths fluttered past like delicate spirits, and a distant owl's call echoed faintly through the stillness. Asha paused atop a gentle rise, drawing her shawl close against the cool night air. Her fingers curled around the amber stone nestled in her satchel, feeling its warm pulse, a quiet heartbeat that mirrored the desert's own slow rhythm. Her eyes lifted to the horizon, where the dunes rolled like waves beneath the blanket of stars. Somewhere beyond those shimmering curves lay the crater, glowing faintly with embered ash, the resting place of a fallen star and the cradle of the wish she sought. The night air filled her lungs, steadying her heart and calming her spirit. The journey was long, winding through the shifting sands and whispered secrets of the desert. But in this tranquil moment, hope glimmered gently, like a small ember glowing steadily against the vast darkness. Asha smiled softly, feeling the quiet strength of the desert wrap around her like a warm shawl. She rose and continued forward, her footsteps light and sure, woven into the timeless story of the Emberwild. The night was a realm of gentle dreams and whispered promises, and Asha walked on, open and ready to listen. The night air in the Emberwild was cool and soft, wrapping Asha like a gentle shawl as she moved steadily onward. The moon, pale and serene, cast a silver glow across the dunes, turning each grain of sand into a tiny spark of light. The desert stretched endlessly beneath the vast sky, quiet except for the soft rustle of grasses and the distant call of night creatures. Asha's footsteps were light and sure, her bare feet sinking gently into the cool sand. The air smelled faintly of sage and dry earth, a soothing scent that mingled with the lingering warmth of the fallen star's fire. In her satchel, the amber stone pulsed with a steady warmth, a quiet heartbeat syncing with her own. She paused on a low dune, drawing her shawl tighter against the chill, Her fingers traced the smooth surface of the amber, feeling its comforting glow. It was a tether to the star's promise, a quiet light guiding her through the shifting sands. Her gaze stretched across the horizon, where the dunes rolled like waves frozen in time, their edges softened by the moonlight. Somewhere beyond lay the crater, glowing faintly with embered ash, a place of ancient power and quiet magic. Asha breathed deeply, the cool air filling her lungs and steadying her spirit. The journey was long and winding, but in the stillness of the night, hope glimmered gently, a small ember glowing steadfastly against the vast darkness. With a calm smile, she rose and resumed her path, each step weaving softly into the desert's ancient story. The Emberwild's gentle magic surrounded her, a comforting presence guiding her deeper into the desert's heart. The night was a world of soft dreams and whispered secrets, and Asha listened with an open heart, ready to discover what awaited beyond the dunes. The moon hung high in the velvet sky, casting its gentle silver light over the Emberwild's endless dunes. Asha's bare feet brushed softly against the cool sand, each step measured and quiet, carrying her further into the heart of the desert. The night air was crisp and fragrant, filled with the subtle scent of sage and the faint trace of smoldering ash, a lingering breath from the star's fiery fall. Around her, the desert hummed softly with life. The whispering grasses swayed gently in the breeze, and delicate moths flitted silently, their wings catching the moonlight like fragile whispers of light. In the distance, an owl's call echoed, a solitary note that floated over the sands like a lullaby. Asha paused on a gentle rise, drawing her shawl tighter around her shoulders to ward off the cool night air. She reached into her satchel and cradled the amber stone, its warmth pulsing softly beneath her fingertips, a steady heartbeat that seemed to echo a rhythm of the desert itself. Her gaze stretched out across the dunes, shimmering like waves frozen in time beneath the moon's soft glow. Somewhere beyond the horizon lay the crater, the resting place of the fallen star, its embered ash glowing faintly like a sleeping fire. It was a place of quiet power, where wishes lingered, waiting to be born. Breathing deeply, Asha felt the desert's calm strength flow through her, steadying her spirit and filling her with quiet courage. The journey had been long, winding through shifting sands and whispered secrets, but in this stillness, hope glimmered gently, a small ember glowing bright against the vast darkness. With a soft smile, she rose and resumed her steps, her footprints weaving softly into the ancient story of the Emberwild. The desert's gentle magic wrapped around her like a warm shawl, guiding her forward with tender grace. The night was a realm of dreams and whispered promises, and Asha listened closely, ready to embrace the secrets that lay ahead beneath the starry sky. The gentle night settled deep into the Emberwild, where the dunes whispered soft secrets beneath the vast, starlit sky. Asha's footsteps pressed lightly into the cool sand, leaving fleeting impressions that the desert breeze began to erase almost as soon as they formed. The air was crisp and fragrant with sage and earth, mingling with a faint trace of the falling star's fading fire. Above, the moon cast a serene glow, bathing the desert in soft silver light. Shadows stretched long and delicate, folding gently into the curves of the dunes, while the stars traced their timeless paths across the heavens, silent witnesses to countless journeys before hers. Asha paused atop a gentle rise, the fabric of her shawl whispering softly as she wrapped it closer around her shoulders. Her fingers found the amber stone nestled in her satchel, its steady pulse a warm beacon in the cool night. She held it briefly, letting its gentle heat seep into her palm, a comforting reminder of the star's promise, a silent guide through the endless sands. Her gaze drifted to the horizon, where the dunes rolled like waves beneath the moon's soft glow. Somewhere beyond, the crater awaited, the resting place of the fallen star, where embered ash held the quiet power of wishes yet unspoken. Asha inhaled deeply, drawing the cool night air into her lungs, steadying her heart. The path ahead was long, winding through the shifting desert in whispered secrets, but hope glimmered gently within her. A small ember glowing steadfastly against the vast darkness. With a calm, serene smile, she rose and continued forward, her footsteps weaving softly into the ancient story of the Emberwild. Desert's quiet magic wrapped around her like a comforting shawl, guiding her deeper into its timeless embrace. The night was a realm of gentle dreams and whispered promises, and Asha listened with an open heart, ready to receive the secrets that awaited beneath the starlit sky. The vast expanse of the Emberwild stretched before Asha, a sea of shimmering dunes bathed in the soft silver glow of the moon. The cool night air carried the faint scent of sage and distant smoke, a lingering echo of the fallen star's fire that once blazed brightly across the sky. Her footsteps pressed lightly into the sand, soft and steady, leaving gentle traces that the breeze soon began to erase. Around her, the desert whispered softly. Grasses swayed in rhythm with the breeze, and moths fluttered like delicate shadows weaving through the cool air. Somewhere far off, the call of a night bird echoed gently, a soothing note in the vast stillness. Asha paused on a low rise, the fabric of her shawl shifting softly as she pulled it tighter against the night chill. Her fingers found the smooth surface of the amber stone nestled in her satchel, its warm pulse a quiet heartbeat that echoed the rhythm of the desert itself. Her eyes lifted to the horizon, where the dunes rolled endlessly beneath the star-studded sky. Somewhere beyond, the crater awaited, a place of embered ash and ancient light, where wishes lingered, waiting patiently to be born. She drew in a deep, steady breath, the cool night air filling her lungs and calming her spirit. The journey was long, winding through the shifting sands and whispered secrets of the Emberwild. In this tranquil moment, hope glimmered gently, like a steady ember glowing quietly against the vast darkness. Asha smiled softly, feeling the desert's quiet strength wrap around her like a warm shawl. She rose and resumed her path, her footsteps weaving softly into the endless story of the desert. The Emberwild's gentle magic guided her onward with tender grace. The night was a realm of whispered dreams and quiet promises, and Asha walked on, open and ready to listen. The quiet night of the Emberwild wrapped around Asha like a soft blanket, the moon's gentle glow illuminating the rolling dunes in a serene silver light. Each grain of sand shimmered faintly beneath the stars, the vast desert unfolding endlessly before her like an ancient, whispered tale. Her bare feet pressed softly into the cool sand, the texture smooth and comforting beneath her skin. The air was crisp and carried the subtle scent of sage, mingling with a faint trace of fire, the fading breath of the fallen star that had once streaked across the sky in a blaze of light. Asha paused on a gentle rise, drawing her shawl closer around her shoulders against the night's chill. Her fingers curled around the warm amber stone nestled deep within her satchel, feeling its steady pulse, a quiet heartbeat. It seemed to echo the desert's own slow rhythm. Her eyes lifted to the horizon, where the dunes rolled like gentle waves beneath a star-studded sky. Somewhere beyond lay the crater, glowing faintly with embered ash, a sacred place where wishes waited patiently to be born. She breathed deeply, the cool night air filling her lungs and steadying her heart. The path ahead was long and winding, but in this quiet moment, hope glimmered gently, like a small ember glowing steadily against the vast darkness. With a soft smile, Asha rose and resumed her journey, her footsteps light and sure, weaving softly into the ancient story of the Emberwild. The desert's gentle magic wrapped around her like a comforting shawl, guiding her onward with tender grace. The night was a realm of dreams and whispered promises, and Asha listened with an open heart, ready to receive the secrets that awaited beneath the vast starry sky. The Emberwild stretched before Asha like a vast silent sea under the moon's pale glow. The dunes rolled gently, their curves softened by the cool light, as if the desert itself breathed in slow, calm rhythms. Each step she took was quiet and sure, her bare feet sinking softly into the cool sand, leaving fleeting impressions soon kissed away by the desert breeze. The night air was filled with a delicate fragrance, a blend of sage, dry earth, and a faint, lingering warmth that whispered of the fallen star's fire. Around her, the desert hummed gently with life. Tall grasses swayed in a soft dance, and tiny moths flitted like whispers, their wings catching the moonlight in gentle gleams. Somewhere distant, the call of a night bird echoed softly, a solitary note floating across the stillness. Asha paused on a gentle rise, pulling her shawl closer against the chill. She reached into her satchel and cradled the ember stone, feeling its steady pulse, a quiet heartbeat syncing with her own. The warmth seeped through her fingers, a comforting tether to the star's promise. Her gaze stretched across the endless dunes, rolling like waves beneath the star-studded sky. Somewhere beyond lay the crater, its depths glowing faintly with embered ash, a sacred place where wishes lingered, waiting to be born. Breathing deeply, she let the cool night air fill her lungs, steadying her heart and calming her thoughts. The journey was long and winding, a winding thread woven through shifting sands and whispered secrets, but hope glimmered softly within her, a steady ember burning quietly against the vast darkness. With a gentle smile, Asha rose and continued onward, her footsteps light and sure, weaving softly into the timeless story of the Emberwild. The desert's quiet magic wrapped around her like a warm shawl, guiding her deeper into its ancient embrace. The night was a realm of gentle dreams and whispered promises, and Asha walked on, open and ready to listen. The moon hung gently in the night sky, its soft light casting a serene glow over the Emberwild's endless dunes. The desert stretched far and wide, a sea of silver waves rippling beneath the stars. Asha's bare feet moved steadily, pressing softly into the cool sand, each step a quiet echo in vast stillness. The air was filled with the subtle scent of sage and dry earth, mingling with a faint trace of the fallen star's fading warmth. Around her, the desert whispered, a gentle rustle of grasses, the flutter of moth wings like delicate spirits, and the distant call of a night bird that echoed softly across the sands. Asha paused atop a gentle rise, drawing her shawl tighter against the chill of the night. Her fingers closed around the amber stone nestled in her satchel, feeling its steady pulse, a warm heartbeat that mirrored the rhythm of the desert itself. Her gaze stretched across the horizon, where dunes rolled endlessly beneath the moon's glow. Somewhere beyond lay the crater, glowing faintly with embered ash, a place of ancient power and quiet magic. She breathed deeply, the cool night air filling her lungs and staying her spirit. The journey was long and winding, but in the stillness of the night, hope glimmered gently, an ember glowing steadily against the vast darkness. With a soft smile, Asha rose and resumed her journey, her footsteps weaving softly into the desert's ancient story, the Emberwild's quiet magic wrapped around her like a comforting shawl, guiding her onward with gentle grace. The night was a world of dreams and whispered promises, and Asha listened closely, ready to embrace the secrets beneath the starry sky. The moon hung quietly above the Emberwild, bathing the dunes in a gentle, silvery light. The desert seemed to breathe in the stillness of night, the cool air carrying the soft scents of sage and dry earth. Asha's footsteps were light and steady, her bare feet sinking softly into the sand, each step a gentle imprint that would soon be smoothed by the desert breeze. Around her, the desert whispered softly, the rustle of grasses, the flutter of moth wings, and the distant call of a night bird echoing through the vast expanse. The world felt peaceful, wrapped in a quiet calm that settled deep into the bones of the land. Asha paused on a low dune, drawing her shawl tighter against the cool night air. Her fingers found the warm amber stone nestled in her satchel, feeling its steady pulse, a quiet heartbeat that echoed the rhythm of the desert itself. It was a gentle reminder of the promise she carried, a light guiding her steps through the shifting sands. Her gaze lifted to the horizon, where the dunes rolled endlessly beneath the star-studded sky. Somewhere beyond lay the crater, glowing faintly with embered ash, a sacred place where wishes waited patiently to be born. She took a slow, deep breath, filling her lungs with the crisp night air, steadying her heart. The path ahead was long and winding, but in the stillness of the desert night, hope glimmered softly, a small ember glowing steadily against the vast darkness. With a soft smile, Asha rose and continued her journey, her footsteps weaving softly into the ancient story of the Emberwild. The desert's quiet magic wrapped around her like a comforting shawl, guiding her gently deeper into its timeless embrace. The night was a realm of whispered dreams and quiet promises, and Asha listened closely, ready to receive the secrets the stars might share. The vastness of the Emberwild stretched beneath the moon's tender light, dunes rippling softly like waves caught in an endless sea of silver. Asha's feet pressed gently into the cool sand, each step a quiet rhythm blending seamlessly with the desert's hushed breath. The night air was crisp and fragrant, carrying the delicate scent of sage and distant embers, the lingering essence of the fallen star's fading fire. Around her, the desert whispered in gentle tones. Grasses bowed gracefully in the soft breeze, moths fluttered like fragile spirits weaving between shadows, and a distant night bird's call floated softly, a soothing melody carried on the wind. The world seemed hushed, wrapped in a peaceful stillness that touched even the deepest corners of the vast desert. Asha paused atop a gentle rise, the fabric of her shawl shifting softly as she pulled it tighter against the night's cool embrace. Her fingers curled around the warm amber stone nestled deep in her satchel, feeling its steady pulse, a heartbeat echoing the desert's own enduring rhythm. It was a tether to the star's promise, a quiet flame guiding her steps through the shifting sands. Her eyes lifted to the horizon, where dunes rolled endlessly beneath the glittering canopy of stars. Somewhere beyond lay the crater, its depths glowing faintly with embered ash, a sacred place where wishes lay waiting, patient and still. She drew a deep, steady breath, the cool air filling her lungs and calming her spirit. The journey was long and winding, yet in this tranquil moment, hope glimmered gently, a small ember glowing steadily against the vast darkness. Asha smiled softly, feeling the desert's quiet strength envelop her like a warm shawl. She rose and resumed her path, her footsteps weaving softly into the timeless story of the Emberwild. The desert's gentle magic wrapped around her, guiding her onward with tender grace. The night was a realm of whispered dreams and quiet promises, and Asha walked on, open and ready to listen to the secrets the stars might share. The night deepened its hold on the Emberwild, the moon's gentle light casting a silvery sheen across the endless dunes. Asha moved with quiet grace, her bare feet pressing softly into the cool sand, leaving delicate impressions that the desert breeze began to smooth away. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the scent of sage mingled with a faint, lingering trace of the fallen star's ancient fire. Around her, the desert whispered in hushed tones. Grasses swayed softly in rhythm with the breeze, and moths fluttered like fragile spirits weaving between the shadows. In the distance, the solitary call of a night bird floated across the vast stillness, a gentle lullaby for the world at rest. Asha paused on a gentle rise, wrapping her shawl tighter around her shoulders against the chill. Her fingers sought the warm amber stone nestled in her satchel, feeling its steady pulse, a quiet heartbeat that seemed to echo the rhythm of the desert itself. It was a beacon, a tether to the star's promise, a light to guide her through the shifting sands. Her gaze swept over the horizon, where the dunes rolled endlessly beneath the canopy of stars. Somewhere beyond lay the crater, glowing faintly with embered ash, a sacred place where wishes waited patiently to be born. She inhaled deeply, the cool night air filling her lungs and steadying her spirit. The journey was long and winding, yet in this peaceful moment, hope glimmered softly, a small ember burning steadily against the vast darkness. With a gentle smile, Blusha rose and resumed her walk, her footsteps weaving softly into the ancient story of the Emberwild. The desert's gentle magic wrapped around her like a comforting shawl, guiding her onward with tender grace. The night was a world of whispered dreams and quiet promises, and Asha listened closely, ready to receive the secrets the stars might share. A cool night air wrapped softly around Asha as she moved further into the heart of the Emberwild. The moon hung like a pale guardian in the vast sky, its light spilling gently over the dunes, turning the sand into shimmering waves of silver. Each step she took was quiet and sure, her bare feet pressing softly into the cool earth, leaving delicate marks that the desert breeze began to erase. The desert breathed with a slow, steady rhythm, the rustle of dry grasses, the flutter of moth wings drifting like whispers, the distant call of an owl weaving a soft lullaby through the vast stillness. The scent of sage and warm earth lingered faintly in the air, mingling with a subtle trace of the fallen star's fading embers. Asha paused atop a low dune, pulling her shawl tighter against the chill. Her fingers wrapped around the smooth amber stone in her satchel, feeling its steady pulse, a quiet heartbeat that seemed to echo the desert's own enduring rhythm. It was but tethered to the star's promise, a gentle light guiding her through the shifting sands. Her gaze stretched across the horizon where the dunes rolled endlessly beneath the shimmering sky. Somewhere beyond lay the crater, the resting place of the fallen star, its embered ash glowing softly like a quiet flame in the dark, a place where wishes waited patiently to be born. She inhaled deeply, the cool air filling her lungs and steadying her spirit. The journey was long and winding, but in the stillness of the night, hope glimmered softly, an ember glowing steadily against the vast darkness. With a calm smile, Asha rose and continued forward, her footsteps weaving softly into the timeless story of the Emberwild. The desert's gentle magic wrapped around her like a comforting shawl, guiding her onward with tender grace. The night was a realm of gentle dreams and whispered promises, and Asha listened closely, ready to embrace the secrets that lay beneath the starry sky. The night settled deeper over the Emberwild, its vast expanse bathed in the soft, silvery light of the moon. The dunes stretched endlessly, their curves smooth and serene beneath the quiet sky. Asha's bare feet pressed gently into the cool sand, each step a whisper in the stillness, a rhythm that blended seamlessly with the desert's gentle breath. The air was crisp and fragrant, carrying hints of sage and earth, mingling with the faint trace of the fallen star's lingering warmth. Around her, the desert whispered softly, the rustling of grasses, the fluttering of moth wings like fragile shadows. and the distant call of a night bird weaving a gentle melody through the vast silence. Asha paused on a low rise, drawing her shawl tighter against the night's chill. Her fingers closed around the amber stone, nestled deep within her satchel, feeling its steady pulse, a quiet heartbeat echoing the desert's own slow rhythm. It was a beacon, a tether to the star's promise, a guiding light through the shifting sands. Her gaze lifted to the horizon, where the dunes rolled like gentle waves beneath the canopy of stars. Somewhere beyond lay the crater, glowing faintly with embered ash, a sacred place where wishes waited patiently to be born. She took a deep breath, the cool night air filling her lungs and steadying her spirit. The path ahead was long and winding, yet in this peaceful moment, hope glimmered softly, a small ember burning steadily against the vast darkness. With a soft smile, Asha rose and resumed her journey, her footsteps weaving softly into the ancient story of the Emberwild. The desert's quiet magic wrapped around her like a comforting shawl, guiding her onward with gentle grace. The night was a round of whispered dreams and quiet promises, and Asha listened closely, ready to receive the secrets that the skies might share. The moon floated high and bright in the quiet sky, casting a silver glow that softened the rugged contours of the Emberwild's endless dunes. Asha's bare feet pressed gently into the cool sand, each step sinking softly and leaving gentle impressions that the desert wind began to erase like whispered memories. The night air was crisp and sweet with the scent of sage and earth, carrying with it a faint, lingering warmth, a soft trace of the fallen star's ancient fire. Around her, the desert breathed in calm, slow rhythms. The grasses bowed lightly in the breeze, their rustle like the softest sighs. Moths drifted through the night air like fluttering spirits, their delicate wings catching the moonlight in glimmers of silver. Far away, a lone owl called, its voice a gentle thread weaving through the vast stillness. Asha stopped atop a gentle rise, drawing her shawl tighter around her shoulders. Her fingers found the smooth amber stone nestled deep in her satchel, its steady pulse a quiet heartbeat that echoed the desert's own slow cadence. It was a beacon of hope, a tether to the star's promise, a light to guide her through the shifting sands. Her eyes stretched out to the horizon, where dunes rolled endlessly beneath the shimmering stars. Somewhere beyond lay the crater, the resting place of the fallen star, its elbered ash glowing softly, like a quiet flame waiting to be kindled. A place of ancient power and whispered wishes. She breathed in deeply, the cool night air filling her lungs and steadying her spirit. The path ahead was long and winding, but in this tranquil moment, hope glimmered gently, like a small ember glowing steadily against the vast darkness. With a soft smile, Asha rose and resumed her journey, her footsteps weaving softly into the ancient story of the Emberwild. The desert's gentle magic wrapped around her like a comforting shawl, guiding her onward with tender grace. The night was a realm of dreams and whispered promises, and Asha listened with an open heart, ready to receive the secrets the stars might share. The Emberwild stretched out beneath the moon's gentle light, its endless dunes soft and silvered in the quiet night. Asha's bare feet pressed softly into the cool sand, each step a quiet echo blending seamlessly with the desert's steady breath. The air was crisp and fragrant, carrying the subtle scent of sage and dry earth, mingled with a faint trace of the fallen star's fading warmth. Around her, the desert whispered softly. The grasses swayed gently in the breeze. Moths fluttered like delicate spirits, and somewhere distant, the call of a night bird floated through the stillness, a gentle melody woven into the fabric of the night. Asha paused atop a gentle rise, drawing her shawl closer against the chill. Her fingers curled around the amber stone nestled deep within her satchel, feeling its steady pulse. A quiet heartbeat echoing the rhythm of the desert itself. It was a beacon, a tether to the star's promise, a quiet light guiding her through the shifting sands. Her gaze lifted to the horizon, where dunes rolled endlessly beneath the shimmering canopy of stars. Somewhere beyond lay the crater, glowing faintly with embered ash, a sacred place where wishes waited patiently to be born. She breathed deeply, the cool night air filling her lungs and steadying her spirit. The journey was long and winding, but in this peaceful moment, hope glimmered softly, an ember glowing steadily against the vast darkness. With a calm smile, Asha rose and continued onward, her footsteps weaving softly into the timeless story of the Emberwild. The desert's gentle magic wrapped around her like a comforting shawl, guiding her deeper into its ancient embrace. The night was a realm of whispered dreams and quiet promises, and Asha listened closely, ready to receive the secrets the stars might share. The vast silence of the Emberwild was a gentle song beneath the moon's pale glow. The dunes shimmered like a sea of silver waves, each ripple softly illuminated by the stars scattered across the night sky. Asha's bare feet pressed tenderly into the cool sand, the grains shifting softly with each step, a quiet rhythm that blended into the desert's own steady breath. The air was crisp, carrying the subtle scent of sage and dry earth, mingling faintly with the distant, lingering warmth of the fallen star's fire. Around her, the desert whispered gently. The grasses bent and swayed in the night breeze. Moths fluttered like delicate shadows, and somewhere far off, the soft call of an owl floated across the stillness, a soothing lullaby woven into the fabric of night. Asha paused on a gentle rise, drawing her shawl closer around her shoulders. Her fingers closed around the amber stone nestled deep within her satchel, its steady pulse a quiet heartbeat, echoing the rhythm of the desert itself. The warm glow seeped softly into her palm, a tether to the star's promise, a guiding light through the shifting sands. Her gaze stretched over the horizon where the dunes rolled endlessly beneath the shimmering stars. Somewhere beyond lay the crater, glowing faintly with embered ash, a sacred place where wishes waited patiently to be born. She breathed deeply, the cool air filling her lungs and steadying her spirit. The journey ahead was long and winding, but in this quiet moment, hope glimmered gently, like a small ember glowing steadily against the vast darkness. With a soft smile, Asha rose and resumed her path, her footsteps weaving softly into the timeless story of the Emberwild. The desert's gentle magic wrapped around her like a comforting shawl, guiding her onward with tender grace. The night was a realm of whispered dreams and quiet promises, and Asha listened with an open heart, ready to receive the secrets the stars light shared. The moon hung low and bright in the quiet sky, its gentle light casting a silvery sheen over the Emberwild's endless dunes. Asha's footsteps were soft and measured, her bare feet pressing gently into the cool sand, leaving faint traces that the desert wind began to erase, like whispered memories. The air was crisp and fragrant, carrying the subtle scent of sage mingled with the faint, lingering warmth of the fallen star's ancient fire. The desert hummed quietly around her. Tall grasses swayed softly in the breeze, their rustling a soothing melody. Moths drifted like delicate spirits, their wings catching the moonlight in gentle glimmers. Far off, the call of a night bird echoed through the vast stillness, a lonely, comforting note that floated on the wind. Asha paused on a low rise, pulling her shawl tightly around her shoulders against the chill. Her fingers felt amber stone nestled deep within her satchel, feeling its steady pulse. a quiet heartbeat that echoed the desert's own slow rhythm. It was a beacon, a tether to the star's promise, a gentle flame guiding her through the shifting sands. Her gaze stretched across the horizon where the dunes rolled endlessly beneath the shimmering stars. Somewhere beyond lay the crater, glowing faintly with embered ash, a sacred place where wishes lingered, waiting patiently to be born. She breathed deeply, the cool night air filling her lungs and steadying her spirit. The journey was long and winding, yet in this peaceful moment, hope glimmered softly, an ember glowing steadily against the vast darkness. With a calm smile, Asha rose and continued forward, her footsteps weaving softly into the ancient story of the Emberwild. The desert's gentle magic wrapped around her like a comforting shawl, guiding her onward with tender grace. The night was a realm of whispered dreams and quiet promises, and Asha listened closely, ready to embrace the secrets the stars might share. The vast desert stretched endlessly beneath the calm light of the moon. Asha's bare feet sank softly into the cool sand with every measured step. The night air was filled with the subtle scents of sage and dry earth, mingling with a faint echo of the fallen stars' fading warmth. Around her, the Emberwild whispered softly, a lullaby carried by the rustling grasses and the gentle flutter of moth wings, their delicate shadows weaving through the silver-lit dunes. Asha paused atop a low dune, wrapping her shawl closer around her shoulders to guard against the night's chill. Her fingers brushed the smooth surface of the amber stone, tucked safely inside her satchel. Its steady pulse, a quiet heartbeat that matched the rhythm of the desert itself. The stone's warmth seeped softly into her skin, a gentle reminder of the star's promise and a beacon to guide her path. Her gaze reached out toward the horizon where the dunes rolled endlessly beneath the glittering stars. Somewhere beyond, the crater awaited, its depths glowing faintly with embered ash, a sacred place where ancient wishes lay in wait, patient and still. She drew in a slow, deep breath, the crisp air filling her lungs and steadying her spirit. The path ahead was long and winding, yet in the quiet of the night, hope glimmered gently, like a small ember burning steadily against the vast darkness. With a serene smile, Asha rose and resumed her steady walk, her footsteps weaving softly into the timeless story of the Emberwild. The desert's gentle magic wrapped around her like a comforting shawl, guiding her onward with tender grace. The night was a world of whispered dreams and quiet promises, and Asha listened closely, ready to welcome the secrets the stars might share. The night embraced the Emberwild in a calm silver glow. Moonlight softened every curve of the endless dunes, turning them into gentle waves frozen beneath the sky. Asha's bare feet brushed softly against the cool sand, each step quiet and certain, sinking just enough to leave a tender imprint. The desert breathed around her, a slow, steady rhythm of whispering grasses and faint rustling, the flutter of moth wings, like tiny silver spirits dancing through the cool night air. The scent of sage mingled with the faint warmth left behind by the fallen star's fire, subtle and comforting. Somewhere distant, the lonely call of a nightbird floated across the vast stillness, a soothing song carried on the breeze. Asha paused on a gentle rise, wrapping her shawl closer around her shoulders to fend off the night's chill. Her fingers closed around the warm amber stone nestled deep in her satchel, feeling its steady pulse, a quiet heartbeat that matched the desert's own slow rhythm. It was a beacon, a tether to the star's promise, a soft flame guiding her steps through the shifting sands. Her eyes traced the horizon, where dunes stretched endlessly beneath the shimmering canopy of stars. Beyond them, the crater awaited, its embered ash glow faintly like a quiet flame waiting patiently to be kindled. A sacred place where wishes lay dormant, waiting to be born. She drew a deep, steady breath, the cool air filling her lungs and steadying her spirit. The journey ahead was long and winding, yet in the stillness hope glimmered softly, like a small ember glowing steadily against the vast darkness. With a gentle smile, Asha rose and continued her path, her footsteps weaving softly into the ancient story of the Ember Wild. The desert's quiet magic wrapped around her like a comforting shawl, guiding her onward with tender grace. The night was a realm of whispered dreams and quiet promises, and Asha listened with an open heart, ready to receive the secrets the stars might share. The night in the Ember Wild was a quiet ocean of silver light and soft shadows. The moon floated high, bathing the dunes in a calm glow that softened their curves and lent the desert a gentle, dreamlike shimmer. Asha's bare feet touched the cool sand with delicate steps, each sinking just enough to leave a gentle impression, a small part of her story written on the earth beneath the endless sky. The air was cool and sweet with the scent of sage and dry earth, mingling with a faint, lingering warmth from the fallen star's ancient fire. Around her, the desert hummed softly, the whisper of grasses bending in the breeze, the flutter of moth wings like fragile silver petals, and the distant call of a night bird, weaving through the stillness like a soft song. Asha paused atop a gentle rise, pulling her shawl closer against the chill. Her fingers brushed the smooth amber stone nestled deep inside her satchel, feeling its steady pulse, a quiet heartbeat that echoed the rhythm of the desert itself. The stone's warmth seeped gently into her skin, a tether to the star's promise, a quiet light guiding her through the shifting sands. Her eyes traced the horizon, where dunes rolled endlessly beneath the shimmering stars. Somewhere beyond, the crater waited, its embered ash glowing faintly like a quiet flame in the dark, a sacred place where wishes rested, patient and still. She breathed in deeply, the crisp night air filling her lungs and steadying her spirit. The path ahead was long and winding, but in this peaceful moment, hope glimmered gently, a small ember glowing steadily against the vast darkness. With a calm smile, Asha rose and resumed her journey, her footsteps weaving softly into the ancient story of the Ember Wild. The desert's gentle magic wrapped around her like a comforting shawl, guiding her onward with tender grace. The night was a realm of whispered dreams and quiet promises, and Asha listened closely, open and ready to receive the secrets the stars might share. The Ember Wild lay beneath the moon's soft glow, its endless dunes rippling like a silver sea. Asha's footsteps pressed quietly into the cool sand, leaving delicate marks that the desert breeze began to smooth away. The air was crisp and fragrant with sage and dry earth, mingling with a faint trace of the fallen star's fading warmth. Around her, the desert whispered in gentle tones. Grasses bowed softly in the night breeze, their rustling like a soothing lullaby. Moths fluttered silently, their delicate wings catching the moonlight like tiny shards of glass. Far away, the lone call of an owl echoed softly, weaving through the vast stillness like a tender song. Asha paused atop a gentle rise, wrapping her shawl tightly against the night chill. Her fingers found the amber stone nestled deep in her satchel, its steady pulse a quiet heartbeat that echoed the desert's own slow rhythm. The warm glow seeped into her palm, a tether to the star's promise, a gentle flame guiding her through the shifting sands. Her gaze stretched across the horizon, where dunes rolled endlessly beneath the shivering stars. Somewhere beyond lay the crater, glowing faintly with embered ash, a sacred place where wishes lingered, waiting patiently to be born. She breathed deeply, the cool air filling her lungs and steadying her spirit. The journey was long and winding, yet in this peaceful moment, hope glimmered softly, an ember glowing steadily against the vast darkness. With a calm smile, Asha rose and continued her path, her footsteps weaving softly into the timeless story of the Ember Wild. The desert's quiet magic wrapped around her like a comforting shawl, guiding her onward with tender grace. The night was a realm of whispered dreams and quiet promises, and Asha listened closely, ready to receive the secrets the stars might share. The Ember Wild lay wrapped in the calm embrace of night, its dunes rolling endlessly beneath the gentle light of a moon. Each wave of sand glistened faintly, like silver crests in a sea of quiet. Asha's bare feet brushed softly against the cool earth, leaving delicate imprints that the desert breeze soon began to erase, as if the land was weaving her journey into its timeless story. The air was crisp and fragrant, filled with the subtle scent of sage and dry earth, mingling with the faint, lingering warmth of the fallen star's ancient fire. Around her, the desert whispered softly, the gentle rustle of grasses in the breeze, the flutter of moth wings like fragile silver petals, and the distant call of a night bird, weaving a gentle melody through the vast stillness. Asha paused atop the gentle rise, pulling her shawl closer to shield herself from the cool night air. Her fingers closed around the warm amber stone nestled deep within her satchel, feeling its steady pulse, a quiet heartbeat echoing the desert's own slow rhythm. The stone's warmth seeped softly into her skin, a tether to the star's promise, a guiding light through the shifting sands. Her eyes traced the horizon, where the dunes rolled like gentle waves beneath the shimmering stars. Somewhere beyond lay the crater, its embered ash glowing faintly like a quiet flame waiting patiently to be kindled. A sacred place where wishes rested, silent and still. She breathed in deeply, the cool night air filling her lungs and steadying her spirit. The path ahead was long and winding, but in this peaceful moment, hope glimmered gently, like a small ember glowing steadily against the vast darkness. With a calm smile, Asha rose and resumed her journey, her footsteps weaving softly into the ancient story of the Emberwild. The desert's gentle magic wrapped around her like a comforting shawl, guiding her onward with tender grace. The night was a realm of whispered dreams and quiet promises, and Asha listened closely, open and ready to receive the secrets the stars might share. The Emberwild's silent beauty stretched before Asha beneath the gentle silver light of the moon. The dunes rolled like soft waves frozen in time, their curves glowing faintly under the vast canopy of stars. Each step she took was soft and sure, her bare feet sinking lightly into the cool sand, leaving fleeting imprints that the desert breeze soon began to smooth away, as if to keep her journey a secret of the night. The air was crisp and sweet, with the scent of sage and dry earth, mingling with the faint trace of the fallen star's lingering warmth. Around her, the desert whispered in quiet tones. Rustle of grasses bowed by a gentle breeze, the fluttering of moth wings like silver petals dancing through the air, and the distant call of a night bird weaving a soft melody into the stillness. Asha paused on a low dune, wrapping her shawl tightly against the chill. Her fingers closed around the amber stone tucked deep within her satchel, feeling its steady pulse, a quiet heartbeat that echoed the rhythm of the desert itself. The stone's warmth seeped gently into her skin, a tether to the star's promise, a guiding light through the shifting sands. Her gaze stretched across the horizon, where dunes rolled endlessly beneath the shimmering stars. Beyond them lay the crater, glowing softly with embered ash, a sacred place where ancient wishes lay waiting, patient and still. She breathed deeply, the cool night air filling her lungs and steadying her spirit. The path ahead was long and winding, but in this tranquil moment, hope glimmered gently, like a small ember burning steadily against the vast darkness. With a gentle smile, Asha rose and resumed her journey, her footsteps weaving softly into the timeless story of the Emberwild. The desert's gentle magic wrapped around her like a comforting shawl, guiding her onward with tender grace. The night was a realm of whispered dreams and quiet promises, and Asha listened closely, ready to receive the secrets the stars might share. The winds picked up softly as Asha descended the dune, wrapping around her in delicate spirals, and were not harsh or cold, more like playful messengers carrying the hush of old songs. She imagined them as voices of the desert itself, brushing past her cheeks and tugging gently at her shawl as if inviting her forward with curious delight. Each step was slow but steady. Beneath her feet, the sand had cooled from the day's sun, now smooth as silk, whispering against her skin. The sound was barely more than a sigh, but it reminded her that even the smallest things could speak if one only listened. In that silence, her thoughts came like petals drifting down from a great tree. She thought of the village, of Nima, the boy who once gave her a pine needle star on the longest night, of her grandmother who had held stories in her eyes and never feared the wind, of her own childhood, chasing fireflies between the orchard rows and wondering if stars ever visited the earth. They were memories that no longer stung, but shone, bright little fires she carried with her, warming her from the inside. Up ahead, the land changed. The dunes began to flatten into a wide basin, dusted with pale stones that glittered under the moonlight. At the far edge, nestled in the center, she saw it, the faint glow of the crater. It shimmered softly, as though still catching its breath after the star's long fall. The light was not bright, but alive, like a quiet pulse of something ancient and sacred. Asha stood still. The wind paused with her. She whispered, "I found it." The desert gave no reply, only held the moment gently, cradling her awe like a lullaby. She took a step forward, then another, until the light grew stronger with each breath. The path behind her was gone, covered by wind and time, but that no longer mattered. Ahead was where wishes waited. The closer Asha walked toward the glowing basin, the more the air seemed to hum, not with sound exactly, but a kind of weightless vibration, as if the desert was holding its breath in quiet reverence. Her heart responded, steady but full, echoing that rhythm with a pulse she felt not just in her chest, but deep in her limbs, as though her whole body recognized this place from a forgotten dream. The edge of the crater was ringed with white stone, worn smooth by time and wind, forming a natural circle as perfect as the moon above. Asha stepped carefully onto it, each footfall soft as a promise. The ground warmed beneath her soles, a heat that pulsed slowly, like a living ember deep below. In the center of the crater, cradled by sand and stone, lay the fallen star. It was not large, nor sharp like the metal stars in stories of war and gods. It was smooth, almost round, glowing with a soft amber light. The surface shimmered like water touched by moonlight, and around it the sand formed gentle ripples, waves frozen mid-motion. Tiny specks of ash floated in the air, drifting like slow snowflakes, giving the place an almost sacred stillness. Asha knelt, her hands trembling slightly. She reached toward the star, then paused, fingers inches away. "What if it's not for me?" she whispered aloud, her voice barely stirring the air. But then she felt it, the same warmth that had lived in the stone she carried since the beginning. Gentle tug inside her chest, as if something unseen was drawing breath in unison with her own. Not a demand, not a command, just an invocation. She let her fingers touch it. The warmth flowed instantly, not hot but full, like spring sunlight after a long winter. Visions danced briefly behind her eyes. Not pictures exactly, but sensations. Laughter in the rain, hands brushing old cloth, the scent of jasmine, the sound of bells. Emotions folded into memory, possibility woven into breath. A star was listening, and it was ready. Asha's breath caught as the warmth of the star flowed up her arm, not burning, but deep, like it was remembering her. The glow pulsed gently, reacting to her heartbeat, syncing with her very breath. It wasn't just light, it was alive. She closed her eyes and let the connection deepen. Inside her mind, she found herself standing in a vast black space speckled with drifting lights, like stars submerged in a great dark ocean. One hovered closest to her, brighter than the others, flickering gold and deep blue. A voice, or something like it, resonated within her chest. Not words exactly, but knowing. You have come far. You carry fire and silence. What will you become? Asha wanted to answer, but her mouth wouldn't move. She realized that here, thought and feeling were enough. I want to make a wish, she thought, to heal what's been broken, to stop the killing. A pause. Then the flickering light shimmered more brightly. A wish is a path, not a reward. What are you willing to burn to walk it? Asha felt the weight of it then, what the stories never said. That wishing wasn't about power, it was about loss. To mend the Emberwild, to restore balance, she'd have to give something of herself, not just a piece, something deep. Her shadow, her memory, her name, she didn't know, but the star did. The lights swirled around her, and then she was back, kneeling in the crater, palm resting on the surface of the star. A single tear slid down her cheek. She knew what she had to do. Behind her, sand shifted. She turned. A smoke knight stood at the rim of the crater, sword drawn. His form pulsed with anger and sorrow. Step away, he rasped. It belongs to me. But Asha didn't move. It doesn't belong to anyone, she said. It chooses. The star flared once, bright and sharp. The knight hesitated, and then the sand exploded behind him. Someone else had come. The blast of sand parted the air with a shriek, revealing the nomad, Serene, the fire-skinned wanderer, her beetle charging forward, kicking up red plumes behind it. She leapt mid-gallop, wanding between Asha and the knight, with the grace of someone who had lived a lifetime leaping between shifting dunes. Her eyes glowed faintly, reflecting the star's light. He won't take it, she said, voice low and steady. Not while I'm breathing. The smoke knight snarled, his body flickering like a torch in the wind. You would fight me for her? I would fight for the wish not to be twisted by greed, Serene answered. Asha stood slowly, her hand still glowing from contact with the star. Stop, she said quietly, but the command carried weight. It stilled them both. We don't have time for another war. You don't understand, the knight hissed. That star is the lock on a prison that was never meant to hold. Every moment it sits untouched, the thing inside grows stronger. Asha blinked. You knew? I was there when the last star fell. His voice, ragged and worn, dropped to a whisper. And I failed to destroy it. Serene's eyes narrowed. Why not tell us? Why come to kill instead of ward? Because if I spoke it aloud, the knight rasped, it would hear. A tremor rippled through the crater. The star's light flared wildly, golden veins cracking along its surface. From inside, something pulsed, slow, vast, and ancient. Not malevolent, not yet, but aware. Asha stepped back. It's waking. We've no time left, the knight said. Make the wish, girl, or kill it. The weight of choice settled on Asha's shoulders. Around her, the desert stilled. Even the wind dared not breathe.
Serene looked to her. "What do you want, Asha?" Asha looked at the star, at the lives behind her, the blood on the sand, the silence inside her chest, and she whispered, "To stop the breaking, even if it breaks me." The star heard, the light surged, and the world held its breath.
The golden light surged outward, bathing the crater, the dunes, the broken sky in warmth that pulsed with quiet sorrow. Asha's breath caught in her throat, not from fear, but from the sudden stillness, as if time had wrapped itself in soft linen and dared not move. The star opened, not shattered, not broken, but unfurled, like the petals of a celestial flower blooming in silence. Within its heart floated something not made of stone or metal, but of memory and soundless music, a sphere of pale light that trembled with gentle rhythm. It beat like a heart, or like the echo of one long gone. The knight fell to one knee, not in reverence but exhaustion. "It shouldn't be like this," he murmured. "It should be fire, fury, ruin." Serene stepped forward cautiously, face lit with reflection and dust. "Maybe it isn't what you thought. Maybe it was never meant to be destroyed."
Asha stood motionless. She could feel it now, feel the thing inside the star. It wasn't a monster. It wasn't a god. It was a story forgotten by the world and buried deep, waiting not to be unleashed, but to be remembered. It whispered to her, without words. A garden once drowned in moonlight. A child singing to birds of clay. A city where no one lied. The moments rose like bubbles in a pool, floating through her thoughts, asking nothing, promising nothing. Asha reached out slowly and touched the pale sphere. Instantly, she was elsewhere. She stood in a vast hall of stars, dozens of fallen stars floating like lanterns in an ocean of shadow. Each hummed a different tune, each carried a different tale. She saw faces, some laughing, some weeping, all human, all lost. And then she saw herself, standing among them, as though she'd always been there. "I see now," she whispered. "You're not wishes. You're memories. And you don't need to be used. You need to be carried." The sphere pulsed, warm and slow. She returned to the world, eyes shining. The light dimmed gently, folding back into the star's shell. Asha turned to Serene and the knight. "We don't have to make a wish," she said softly. "We just have to listen." The desert, still wrapped in golden glow, seemed to nod in quiet agreement.
The light of the sphere continued to glow, but it no longer demanded. It simply existed, like the quiet breath of an old song remembered in the dark. Asha sat beside it, legs folded beneath her, fingertips resting lightly on the sand, feeling its warmth soak into the earth like morning sun. Serene joined her silently, kneeling as though beside a small fire. The knight remained standing, but his sword was planted in the sand, forgotten for the first time. His hand rested on its hilt, not in readiness, but in grounding, like an old man leaning on a cane. None of them spoke for a long time. The desert wind had changed. It was softer now, carrying with it scents that didn't belong in sand. Lavender, old paper, warm bread. Scents from places that weren't there. Or perhaps that had once been. "It's a memory," Asha said again, not to anyone in particular. "A memory of all things that once mattered, but got buried. That's why it fell." The knight's voice was low, like the echo of footsteps in a cathedral. "Then why us? Why now?" Serene gave a small smile, not bitter for once. "Because we stopped looking for power and started listening for silence." Asha turned to the sphere. "You showed me places I've never seen, but somehow I miss. What are they?" The light shimmered softly in response, and another vision flowed out, not forceful, not jarring, just a suggestion. A child holding the hand of a grandmother beside a golden river. A city gate carved with names now erased by time. Laughter shared over soup, spilled wine,
pages turned by candlelight. Your pieces, Asha whispered. Pieces of everything we lose and forget and pretend we never needed. She felt a pressure in her chest, gentle, not painful, like something being lifted rather than placed upon her. A task, but not a burden. We could carry it, she said aloud, not as a prize, not as Mavic, but as a story that walks. The knight watched her quietly. Then he nodded, just once. Then we carry it. The moment felt ceremonial, but not grand. There was no thunder, no choir of stars. Only the sand shifting beneath them, and the sphere dimming just slightly, as if settling into sleep again. Asha stood and held out her hand. The sphere rose from the crater and nestled into her palm, light as dust and warm as breath. And then, as the sun began to rise on the horizon, for the first time in what felt like forever, the three of them turned toward it. Asha with her memory of light, Seelan with his quiet gaze, and the knight with no more need for war. They walked, not toward an ending, but toward the next page of a story too old and too gentle to be forgotten.
Their footsteps pressed shallow dents into the sand, soon erased by the soft wind that now followed them like a hush. Asha carried the sphere close to her chest, though it no longer burned nor pulsed with urgency. It simply radiated, a warmth like belonging, not demanding to be understood, just accepted. The sky was no longer the harsh pale of a sunburnt desert. It had softened, tinged with lavender and gold, like the edge of dawn had spilled across it. Strange clouds hovered like drifting scrolls, trailing shimmering dust that faded before it touched the ground. Serene broke the silence first. I think it's rewriting things, or maybe remembering them. Asha glanced at him. The sky. He nodded. The world. A knight grunted, his voice dry, but not unfriendly. Or we've gone mad. Serene shrugged. Could be both. They passed through a stretch of desert, what had once been scorched and cracked, but now bore signs of something new. Sprouts of glassy glass, a shimmering pool that hadn't been there before, and the bones of something ancient being slowly swallowed by moss. The air held a softness it hadn't before, as though the sphere's presence was changing the very memory of the land. Asha slowed, brushing her fingers against a twisted vine curling up from the sand. It flinched at her touch, then leaned toward her hand. She smiled. It's like the land is waking up, or remembering how to breathe, Serene murmured. Behind them, the horizon rippled. The place where the sphere had fallen, the crater, was vanishing, the sharp edges melting into dunes, the light fading as if it had always been only dawn there. We're not going back, are we? The knight asked, though it wasn't really a question. No, Asha said, because the place we left doesn't exist anymore. I crested a small rise, and below it, nestled in a valley they were certain hadn't been there before, stood a village. Quiet, unfamiliar, yet unmistakably right. Smoke curled from chimney-like hollows in stone dwellings. Lanterns swayed gently in the breeze, though no fire lit them. The scent of stew drifted faintly upward, even though no one could be seen. Is it real? Serene asked. Asha stepped forward, the sphere glowing softly at her side. I think it's waiting. So they descended, and the world waited with them. The path into the village was lined with small stones, each glowing faintly with an inner light. Not fire, not magic, but memory, perhaps. Each step Asha took made the stone underfoot brighten for a moment, then fade. The houses were smooth, carved from pale stone that shimmered like moonlit sand, with roofs of woven branches, held together not by nails or rope, but by will and patience. There were no people, at least not yet, but signs of life were everywhere. A half-knitted shawl sat folded beside a low bench. A wooden flute rested on a stone table. Warm bowls of soup steamed as if just set down, though no hand had placed them there. Wind chimes made of bone and crystal sang softly in the breeze, and a low hum rose from the walls of the houses,
as if the village itself was breathing. Serene stepped beside her, gaze wide, reverent. This place, it feels like it remembers us, like it knows what we've done. The knight paused near a doorway, hand resting on its frame. Or maybe it knows what it wants from us next. Asha walked further in. The sphere still clutched gently in her arms, warmed with a quiet pulse, syncing with her heartbeat. As she passed each home, lights blinked on, small orbs hovering in the air like fireflies, guiding their way. At the center of the village stood a tall tree, leafless, its bark as white as ash, and etched with hundreds of symbols. It reached up into the sky, its top vanishing into the mist that now hovered overhead. The moment Asha stepped into the circle around it, the tree stirred. Its limbs groaned and shifted, shedding flakes of silver dust. The symbols on its bark lit one by one, forming a spiral that climbed upward. Serene gasped. "It's a map." "No," Asha whispered, her voice barely more than breath. "It's a story." The knight tilted his head. "Whose?" Asha looked down at the sphere in her hands. It had gone still now, like it was sleeping. Then she looked back up at the glowing symbols. A new line was forming right where her eyes landed. Ours. The village didn't just remember the past, it was writing their future.
Asha stepped closer to the great white tree, drawn to the glowing spiral of symbols etched into its bark. They shimmered with a soft silver light, and as she reached out, the nearest ones began to shift, gliding gently across the surface like slow-moving ink in water. The tree wasn't just recording their story. It was alive in a way that defied time, like memory made wood and root. Her fingers hovered just above the surface. Warmth radiated from it, not heat exactly, but comfort, like the kind found in old blankets or the memory of a mother's voice. When her fingertips finally brushed the bark, a subtle hum thrummed through her chest. A symbol beneath her touch flashed, and a picture bloomed within her mind. She saw herself as a child, not a memory, but a dream version, wandering a field under 2 moons, catching falling leaves that burned with silent light. She saw the knight, Serene, not in his armor, but as a young man climbing cliffs by the sea, his hair windblown, eyes filled with wonder instead of war. She saw lives that had never been lived, yet somehow still belonged to them. Behind her, Serene stepped into the light beneath the tree's branches. "It's showing me too," he murmured, voice thick. "But these aren't memories." "You're what could have been," Asha said softly. "Or maybe what still might be." The sphere in her arms pulsed again, twice this time, then went still. She glanced down and found it had cracked. A thin fracture ran along its side, glowing faintly blue. But instead of fear, she felt peace. Whatever was inside was waking. From the homes surrounding the village, figures began to emerge, gentle, translucent shapes. Not quite people, not quite spirits. They shimmered like starlight caught in smoke. They walked slowly, silently, forming a loose circle around the tree. One stepped forward and bowed. Asha didn't flinch. Somehow she knew they meant no harm. This was their purpose. The traveler and the knight had come not as conquerors or heroes, but as keepers of a fading flame. The figure reached out, and Asha extended the sphere. The moment their hands met, the crack in the sphere widened with a gentle sound, like soft thunder rolling far away. Light spilled out, slow and deliberate, swirling upward into the air. The light didn't blind, it soothed. It filled the space around the tree and curled into the branches, settling into the bark and leaves like threads of dawn. And then a new leaf bloomed on the white tree, only one, small and silver blue, the first leaf it had grown in what must have been centuries. The spirit bowed again, stepped back, and vanished into the air. Around them, the village pulsed with a low, contented hum. The flute on the stone table played a single soft note. The wind chimes swayed with a wind.
Everything stilled. Serene let out a long breath. I think we did what we came here to do. Asha smiled gently. And now, the tree will remember us. The sky above the village began to shift. The stars reappeared, brighter than before. The clouds withdrew, like a curtain being pulled aside, revealing a sky so vast and soft it felt like a lullaby. For the first time in their journey, the night felt like home.
The hush that followed was not empty. It was full of breathless wonder, of things healed and waiting to grow again. The white tree's new leaf trembled faintly in the breeze, and Asha could feel something unseen move through the village, like a current beneath the earth, gentle but unyielding. Serene turned his gaze to her. His armor, once dulled by travel and time, shimmered faintly in the silver glow. "What now?" he asked. Asha let the quiet settle before answering. "Now we rest." For the first time in a long while, they sat together beneath the tree, their backs against its smooth trunk. The bark was warm where it touched their shoulders, as if it recognized them. The spirits, those gentle watchers, had faded back into the world, their presence still lingering like the scent of rain on stone. The stars above shifted, not quickly but purposefully, like eyes blinking open after a long slumber. From her pouch, Asha withdrew the small feather she had carried since the forest, the one the moonbird had gifted her. It glowed faintly now, humming in rhythm with the tree's breath. She set it gently at the base of the trunk, and the earth accepted it without a sound. A root curled around it protectively. Serene chuckled low in his throat. "Do you think they'll tell stories about this place again?" "They never stopped," Asha said softly. "But maybe now, the stories will have an ending worth remembering." They watched as tiny white blossoms began to form on the tips of the tree's branches, slowly, gently, like snowfall reversed. A soft golden pollen filled the air, and with it came a calm that wrapped around them like a dream. The flute gave one final note. The chimes sang in harmony. Even the wind seemed to exhale. Asha tilted her head back, watching the scars. "We followed ashes," she whispered. "But maybe they were never what was left behind. Maybe they were what carried us here." Serene didn't speak. He just reached out, and for the first time in their long walk, took her hand. They didn't sleep, not quite. But they rested, and the mansion, the great dream-woven structure of rain, root, and memory, watched over them. Rooms they'd never seen, stirred gently behind closed doors. Lanterns flickered awake. Somewhere distant, a bell rang once, then fell silent. In the hush that followed, a new story began. Not one of sorrow, nor of fire and flight, but of quiet things, of beginnings, of roots, of stars being born where ash once fell. The dawn stretched slowly over the ember wild, painting the desert in soft hues of rose and gold. The village, nestled in a valley, basked in the gentle light, its stone walls warmed by the sun's early touch. The white tree stood tall, its branches alive with shimmering leaves and blossoms that caught the light like tiny stars scattered across the sky. Asha awoke with the first birdsong, the gentle trill weaving through the quiet air like a lullaby. She blinked against the soft morning and felt the sphere, now cool and silent, resting comfortably in her lap. It was no longer a fiery prison or a desperate wish, but a gentle presence, a memory held carefully, like a treasured secret. Beside her, Serene stirred, his eyes opening slowly, reflecting the soft dawn. The knight was already awake, standing nearby with his sword sheathed, watching the horizon with a thoughtful expression. For the first time since the journey began, there was no urgency in his gaze, only calm and quiet hope. Asha rose, stretching her arms toward the sky. The warmth of the sun filled her with a gentle strength, as if the desert itself was welcoming her home. She looked around the village, at the empty streets, the silent homes, and the soft glow of lanterns still flickering faintly in the morning light. The place felt alive, not with the bustle of people, but with the pulse of stories yet to be told. She stepped toward the tree, fingers brushing the bark that hummed softly beneath her touch. The symbols etched into its surface glowed faintly, as if breathing with the rhythm of the earth itself. The tree was no longer just a keeper of memory. It was a promise. "Where do we go now?" Siran's voice broke the peaceful silence. Asha smiled, a calm certainty sweet settling in her heart. "Wherever the stories need us next." The knight joined them, nodding slowly. "Then we carry the light." Together, they began walking from the village, the sun climbing higher and casting long shadows behind them. The desert stretched endlessly before them, but the journey was no longer one of desperation or fear. It was one of hope, of healing, and of gentle wonder. As they walked, the soft wind whispered through the grass and trees, carrying the scent of sage and earth. The ember wild was waking, remembering, and the stars above watched quietly, ready to guide the way. And so, beneath the vast, endless sky, Asha, Siran, and the knight stepped forward, their hearts carrying the light of the fallen star and the promise of all that might still be. The morning sun rose steadily, spilling gold over the dunes and painting the sky in soft pastels. Asha, Siran, and the knight moved forward together, their footsteps light but certain on the awakening earth. The ember wild stretched out before them, no longer a realm of scorched despair, but a vast canvas brushed with new life and quiet promise. As they walked, the landscape shifted subtly beneath their feet. Patches of shimmering grass unfurled like delicate waves, and clusters of wildflowers bloomed where only dust had been. A scent of rain on warm soil lingered faintly in the air, mingling with the sweet, resinous aroma of distant pines that seemed to reach beyond the desert's edge. Asha paused beside a gentle stream that had appeared where once there had been only cracked earth. The water gleamed like liquid glass, reflecting the sky's tender hues. She cupped her hands and drank deeply, the coolness refreshing and pure. Around them, the desert whispered in soft tones, the rustle of leaves, the song of unseen birds, the murmur of life returning. Siran knelt beside a patch of moss glowing faintly in the morning light, running a finger along its delicate fronds. "This place, it's healing," he said quietly. "Like the land remembers what it once was and is learning to be again." The night, whose smoke-like form seemed less restless in the dawn, nodded. "We've carried more than a wish. We carry a beginning." Their journey stretched onward, winding through valleys painted with wildflowers and hills softened by morning light. Along the way, they came across traces of forgotten villages, ruined stone walls half swallowed by earth, charred timbers now blossoming with vines, empty hearts filled with wildflowers instead of ash. At one such place, Asha knelt and picked up a small stone, smooth and warm. It seemed to hum with quiet energy, a heartbeat echoing the rhythm of the desert. She tucked it into her satchel, a token of the land's slow awakening. The three travelers shared few words, their silence filled with the gentle music of the world around them. The Ember Wild was no longer a place to fear, but a landscape of quiet transformation. A canvas where new stories could be painted with light and memory. As the sun climbed higher, the sky above deepened to a clear, endless blue. The air was filled with the soft hum of life, the buzz of insects, the flutter of wings, the distant call of a hawk soaring overhead. Asha glanced at her companions,
their faces touched by the glow of hope. The journey ahead was still long, but the weight they carried was no longer a burden. It was a promise. Together, beneath the vast sky and amid the whispering grasses, they walked forward, not toward an ending, but into the gentle unfolding of all that was yet to come.
The morning sun rose steadily, spilling gold over the dunes and painting the sky in soft pastels. Asha, Serene, and the night moved forward together, their footsteps light but certain on the awakening earth. The ember wild stretched out before them, no longer a realm of scorched despair, but a vast canvas brushed with new life and quiet promise. As they walked, the landscape shifted subtly beneath their feet. Patches of shimmering grass unfurled like delicate waves, and clusters of wildflowers bloomed where only dust had been. A scent of rain on warm soil lingered faintly in the air, mingling with the sweet, resinous aroma of distant pines that seemed to reach beyond the desert's edge. Asha paused beside a gentle stream that had appeared where once there had been only cracked earth. The water gleamed like liquid glass, reflecting the sky's tender hues. She cupped her hands and drank deeply, the coolness refreshing and pure. Around them, the desert whispered in soft tones, the rustle of leaves, the song of unseen birds, the murmur of life returning. Serene knelt beside a patch of moss glowing faintly in the morning light, running a finger along its delicate fronds. "This place, it's healing," he said quietly. "Like the land remembers what it once was and is learning to be again." The night, whose smoke-like form seemed less restless in the dawn, nodded. "We've carried more than a wish. We carry a beginning." Their journey stretched onward, winding through valleys painted with wildflowers and hills softened by morning light. Along the way, they came across traces of forgotten villages, ruined stone walls half swallowed by earth, charred timbers now blossoming with vines, empty hearts filled with wildflowers instead of ash. At one such place, Asha knelt and picked up a small stone, smooth and warm. It seemed to hum with quiet energy, a heartbeat echoing the rhythm of the desert. She tucked it into her satchel, a token of the land's slow awakening. The three travelers shared few words, their silence filled with the gentle music of the world around them. The Ember Wild was no longer a place to fear, but a landscape of quiet transformation. A canvas where new stories could be painted with light and memory. As the sun climbed higher, the sky above deepened to a clear, endless blue. The air was filled with the soft hum of life, the buzz of insects, the flutter of wings, the distant call of a hawk soaring overhead. Asha glanced at her companions, their faces touched by the glow of hope. The journey ahead was still long, but the weight they carried was no longer a burden. It was a promise. Together, beneath the vast sky and amid the whispering grasses, they walked forward, not toward an ending, but into the gentle unfolding of all that was yet to come. The days that followed were woven from quiet moments, a tapestry of gentle steps and soft breaths beneath a sky that stretched like endless silk. The Ember Wild was no longer a desert of fire and shadow, but a place of slow awakening, where life whispered in every fold of the earth, and the wind carried songs of forgotten things. Asha, Serene, and the night moved through the shifting landscape with reverence. Each day revealed new miracles, delicate flowers unfurling in the cool morning, fresh streams carving paths through once barren sands, and ancient trees sprouting where none had stood before. The world was healing, but it was also remembering, its stories stirring beneath the surface, like seeds ready to bloom. At dusk, they would gather beneath the branches of the white tree, now growing taller and stronger, its silver blue leaves shimmering softly in the fading light. The sphere, once cracked and dim, rested between them, pulsing with a gentle glow that matched the rhythm of their own hearts. Serene often broke the silence with quiet reflections, his voice low and thoughtful. This journey has taught me that some things can't be fixed with swords or strength. They need time, patience, and a willingness to listen. The knight nodded, his smoke-like form settling into something almost solid in the calm. I was wrong to believe destruction was the answer. Sometimes the greatest courage is in holding on to hope when everything seems lost. Asha smiled softly, her eyes tracing the stars as they appeared one by one in the deepening sky. And sometimes the stars fall so we can find the parts of ourselves we thought were gone forever. As night embraced the Emberwild, the village below the tree shimmered with life. Lanterns floated gently in the air, casting warm pools of light on stone paths and woven rooftops. The spirits who had once watched silently now danced among the blossoms, their laughter a soft melody carried on the breeze. One evening, as the three sat beneath the glowing branches, a new figure appeared at the edge of the clearing. A traveler cloaked in midnight blue, eyes bright with curiosity and kindness. The air around them seemed to hum with quiet magic, as if the very stars had sent a messenger to join the unfolding story. Asha rose to greet the newcomer, her heart steady and open. "Welcome," she said simply. "There is room here for all who carry light." And so, beneath the vast, star-filled sky, the journey continued, woven with hope, memory, and the gentle promise of new beginnings. The traveler stepped forward, their cloak shifting like ripples of midnight water, and a calm presence settled into the clearing. Their eyes held the depth of quiet oceans, reflecting the silver blue leaves above. Without a word, they lowered a small satchel onto the ground, from which a soft glow spilled, a cluster of delicate crystals shimmering faintly with colors not yet born. Asha's gaze softened. "You carry gifts," she said, voice gentle as the night breeze. The traveler nodded, then spoke, voice like a whispered song. "I carry the echoes of stars not yet fallen, and a light of dreams still unspoken. I have followed the tale of the Emberwild and the fallen star, and I wish to walk with you." Serene rose, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. "We have walked through fire and silence, but the road ahead remains long. Will your strength be the kind we need?" The traveler smiled, a quiet warmth in their gaze. "Strength is many things. Sometimes it is the courage to carry another story. Sometimes it is the patience to listen when the world is still." The knight, whose smoke-like form flickered softly in the moonlight, bowed his head in respect. "Then welcome, friend. The journey is greater than any one of us." Together, the four gathered beneath the white tree, its branches swaying with a song only they could hear. The village shimmered with life, the lanterns glowing brighter, the spirits dancing in delicate arcs of light. The sphere in Asha's hand pulsed gently, a heartbeat steady and sure. The desert no longer seemed vast and empty, but filled with quiet places where stories lived, waiting to be told, carried, and shared. Asha looked up at the sky, where stars twinkled with gentle promise. "We are no longer chasing the fallen star," she said softly. "We are becoming the light it leaves behind." And so, beneath the eternal sky, their footsteps wove a path through the waking land. A journey not of endings, but of beginnings, wrapped in the soft glow of hope and the gentle fire of remembrance. The days stretched ahead like threads of silver woven through a tapestry, each moment unfolding gently beneath the vast, quiet sky. Asha, Serene, the knight, and the traveler moved forward as one, their footsteps falling soft on the waking earth. Together they carried the light of the fallen star, a fragile glow that had grown steady and warm, like the pulse of a hidden flame beneath the desert sands. The village behind them shimmered like a dream, its lanterns casting soft pools of golden light. The white tree stood tall, its branches now heavy with blossoms that glowed faintly in the daylight, as if they captured fragments of the dawn itself. It was a beacon, an anchor for memory and hope woven into the very heart of the land. As they walked, the landscape around them transformed with every step. Fields of glassy grass rippled in the breeze, reflecting the sky's gentle hues. Streams sang quietly, their waters clear and cool, weaving silver ribbons through valleys that once knew only dust and silence. The air was alive with whispers of renewal, the hum of insects, the rustle of leaves, the soft call of unseen birds. Asha often found herself pausing to listen, to breathe in the scents carried on the wind, the faint sweetness of blooming desert roses, the earthy richness of fresh soil, the crisp tang of distant rain. Each moment was a gift, a reminder that life, like the stars, was both fragile and enduring. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of rose and amber, the group reached a hill overlooking a vast plain. There, the remnants of an ancient city lay nestled among wildflowers and creeping vines. Stone towers leaned gently, their surfaces etched with stories, worn soft by time. The sea breathed with quiet dignity, a place caught between memory and dream. Asha stepped forward, her hand brushing the crumbling wall. The stones hummed softly beneath her touch, carrying echoes of laughter, whispers, and song. She closed her eyes, letting the stories flow through her like a gentle tide. "We are not just carrying a wish," she said softly, "but the weight of all that came before. The lives, the dreams, the hopes lost to time." Serene nodded, a shadow of a smile on his lips. "And we carry them forward, into the dawn that awaits." The traveler, standing beside the knight, reached into their satchel and produced a small, delicate lantern. Its light was pale and steady, flickering like a heartbeat in the twilight. They lifted it high, and the glow spread across the city, tracing paths through winding streets and forgotten doorways. "Light reveals what was hidden," the traveler said, voice calm and clear, "and sometimes it shows us the way home." Together, they prepared to descend into the city, ready to listen to its stories, to carry its light, and to weave new threads into the ever-unfolding tapestry of the Umberwild. The air was cool as they stepped into the ancient city's heart, where shadows danced between crumbling arches and ivy-clad walls. The lantern's pale light wove a gentle path, tracing the outlines of worn cobblestones and faded murals that whispered of lives once lived. Each stone seemed to hum with stories, waiting patiently for voices to remember them. Asha's fingers brushed a carving of intertwined hands, fragile and worn, yet full of quiet strength. The image stirred something deep within her, a memory not her own, but felt like a song half remembered in sleep. Serene knelt beside a shattered fountain, now dry, its basin cracked, but still beautiful. "These walls have held more than time," he said softly. "They've held hope." The knight stood watch, his form flickering gently, as if absorbing the city's light to steady his restless spirit. "Every place has a story," he murmured, "and every story needs a keeper." The traveler moved silently among the ruins, their lantern casting soft circles of glow. They paused before an ancient doorway, traced symbols shimmering faintly in the dust. "This place remembers the light," they said, "and it waits for it to return." Asha nodded, her gaze lifting to the sky, visible through broken roofs. The stars above sparkled more brightly here, as if welcoming the city back into the fold of the world. Together, they walked through streets lined with wildflowers and soft moss, the scent of earth and rain lingering in the air. Each step felt like a promise, an offering to the past and a gift to the future. As night deepened, the city came alive with subtle magic.
Lanterns lit by unseen hands flickered in windows. The faint echo of laughter and music wove through the air, like a dream just out of reach. The white trees' blossoms outside the city shimmered softly, casting silver blue light that pooled like moonlight on the stones. Asha felt the seer pulse gently at her side, a steady heartbeat of light and memory. She knew their journey was far from over, but here, in this place where stories slept and dreams stirred, she felt the quiet strength of beginnings. "We carry the light," she whispered. "Not to conquer or claim, but to remember and heal." Serene smiled softly, reaching for her hand. "And that is the truest courage of all." The knight bowed his head, smoke swirling into a calm swirl of stars. The traveler lifted their lantern higher, its light casting gentle shadows that danced like old friends reunited. Under the vast, star-filled sky, they settled among the ruins, keepers of a story too precious to forget, walking slowly toward whatever dawn awaited.
The city breathed softly beneath the starlit sky, its ruins humming with quiet life. Asha sat on a worn stone bench beside the fountain, now a cradle of wild flowers glowing faintly in the moonlight. The sphere rested in her lap, its light steady and warm, like a pulse echoing through the ages. Around them the air shimmered with the mingling of past and present. Whispered stories floated like dust motes, snippets of laughter, fragments of song, the murmur of footsteps long since past. The travelers listened with reverence, their hearts tuned to the subtle rhythm of memory. Serene leaned back against a broken wall, eyes reflecting the starry sky. "It's strange," he mused, "how the past never really leaves us. It waits, quiet, patient, until someone remembers." The knight, sitting nearby with his sword laid aside, nodded slowly. "I thought my story ended in smoke and silence, but perhaps it is only a chapter in something larger." The traveler's lantern cast a gentle glow over their face, serene and knowing. Stories live because they are carried. They breathe because they are shared. We are the keepers now. Asha closed her eyes, feeling the gentle warmth of the sphere, the pulse of the tree's blossoms outside, the soft sigh of the desert wind. She felt the weight of their journey, the fire, the ash, the silent promises, and understood that this was only the beginning. The city's stones seemed to hum in agreement, their ancient song weaving around them like a cloak. She stood, lifting the sphere carefully. "We carry more than light," she said softly. "We carry hope, and the power to make it bright." Serene rose as well, stretching his limbs beneath the open sky. "Then let us walk with purpose," he said, "for the Emberwild is vast, and many stories still sleep beneath its sands." The knight stood tall, a steady flame in the quiet night. "And we will guard those stories as long as we draw breath." The traveler lifted their lantern, the light spreading like dawn's first rays. "Together, we become the living story." With gentle steps, they left the ruined city behind, following a path woven by stars and memory. The desert around them shimmered with quiet magic, the earth blooming slowly beneath their feet. A white tree's branches swayed in farewell, its blossoms scattering silver blue petals on the soft wind. And beneath the endless sky, their journey continued, carrying the light of the fallen star into the dawn of all that might still be. The desert morning breathed softly over the travelers as they resumed their journey, the horizon painted in gentle hues of rose and gold. The Emberwild had transformed, no longer a barren wasteland, but a realm alive with possibility, a place where whispers of forgotten stories stirred beneath every grain of sand. Asha walked with the sphere cradled in her hands, its light steady and warm, a quiet heartbeat echoing within her own. The weight of the journey rested not as a burden, but as a gentle reminder, a promise of all they had found and all yet to come. Serene followed close, his eyes tracing the soft outlines of distant hills where new growth crept shyly over cracked earth. The knight's form shimmered beside them, calm and resolute, the smoke that had once clouded him, now clear and steady like a lantern's flame. The traveler walked silently, their presence a comforting shadow, carrying the quiet magic of stars yet to fall. As they passed through a narrow canyon, the walls glistened with veins of crystal, catching the sunlight and scattering rainbows across the sand. The air hummed with an ancient song, soft and slow, like the earth remembering its own name. Asha paused, reaching out to touch the shimmering walls. A warm pulse spread through her fingers, a silent greeting from the stone. The land itself is waking, she murmured. Serene smiled, resting a hand on her shoulder. And we are part of its story now. The knight nodded, voice low but sure. A story of light and shadow, loss and renewal, of ash becoming soil. The traveler stopped at the canyon's mouth, turning to face them. There are many paths ahead, they said softly, but all lead toward hope. Together they stepped into the canyon's cool embrace, the soft light filtering through crystal, like the glow of a distant star. The sphere's glow brightened gently, illuminating the way forward, a steady beacon in the ever-unfolding night. With every step, the Emberwild continued to change, no longer a place to fear, but a landscape of dreams and memory, waiting patiently to be carried into the dawn. The canyon walls shimmered around them, prisms casting fractured light that danced softly across faces lined with quiet resolve. Each step deeper into the cool shadows felt like stepping into a place outside of time, where the past, present, and future intertwined like the branches of the white tree that had become their anchor. Asha felt the sphere's gentle pulse align with the rhythm of her breath. It was as if the heart of the Emberwild beat within her palm, steady and sure. The air tasted faintly of rain and forgotten stories, a coolness that wrapped around them like a comforting cloak. Siron's footsteps echoed lightly on the smooth stone floor. It's strange, he murmured, how the desert, which once swallowed everything, now seems to cradle life within its arms. The night's smoke-shifted form flickered in the soft light, eyes calm. Destruction is only part of the tale. Renewal is the rest. The travelers smiled faintly, their lantern's glow weaving gentle patterns along the crystalline walls. We walk not just to find a destination, but to carry the light forward, into places forgotten and waiting. As they rounded a bend, the canyon opened into a vast cavern, its ceiling dripping with luminous stalactites that cast shimmering reflections in a still, crystal-clear pool below. The water's surface was a mirror to the sky above, capturing the stars' gentle twinkle as if the heavens themselves rested there. Asha stepped forward, kneeling by the pool. She dipped her fingers into the cool water, feeling a surge of connection, an ancient memory awakening beneath the surface. A sphere's glow deepened, casting ripples of light that mingled with the pool's shimmering stars. Siron knelt beside her, eyes wide with quiet wonder. It's like the world is breathing with us. The knight placed a hand on the stone beside the pool, smoke curling softly around his fingers. And we are part of that breath. The traveler raised their lantern, casting a circle of light that illuminated symbols etched into the cavern walls, ancient runes glowing softly with blue fire. The markings told stories of stars falling and rising, of wishes made and kept, of the endless cycle of fire and ash, death and rebirth. Asha traced the symbols with her eyes, feeling the weight of the stories they carried. We are walking through history, she whispered, but also through dreams. The sphere pulsed warmly, a steady heartbeat echoing through the cavern. Together, they sat by the pool's edge, the light mingling with shadow, the past intertwining with the promise of dawn. And beneath the quiet glow of the fallen star, their journey continued, carrying hope, memory, and the gentle fire of renewal into the endless night. The cavern breathed softly around them, a living sanctuary carved by time's gentle hands. Crystalline stalactites dripped slow beads of water that caught the lantern's glow, scattering prismatic light across the stone like shards of forgotten dreams. The pool mirrored the heavens above, vast and deep, a quiet ocean held beneath the earth. Asha sat beside the water, the sphere resting lightly in her palm, its gentle pulse synchronized with the rhythm of the cavern's quiet breath. Around them, the walls hummed with stories etched in ancient runes, tales of stars falling through endless skies, wishes whispered into the night, and the steady march of time weeding life from ash. Serene traced a finger along the glowing runes, his eyes soft with wonder. These stories, they speak of cycles, don't they? Endings that lead to beginnings. The night, his smoky form serene and steady, nodded. Fire consumes but also cleanses. Ashes bury but also nurture. The traveler's lantern flickered softly as they spoke, their voice a calm melody. We are part of that cycle now, carriers of hope, guardians of memory. Asha smiled, feeling the weight and warmth of the sphere as if it were a heartbeat in her hand. She looked around the cavern, this hidden sanctuary in the heart of the Emberwild, and sensed a quiet promise growing like a seed waiting to bloom. Outside, the wind whispered through the canyon mouth, carrying the scent of rain and distant blooms. The Emberwild was no longer a place of desolation, but a cradle for life's gentle return. Serene stood and stretched, the morning light filtering softly through the cavern's opening. We should move before the sun climbs too high. There is more to see, more stories waiting. Asha rose, the sphere's glow steady and warm. Yes, our journey is not just through the land, but through time and memory. We carry the fallen star's light forward. Together they stepped from the cavern into the soft dawn, leaving behind the ancient echoes and stepping into the unfolding day. The desert, alive and breathing beneath the gentle sky, welcomed them onward. And beneath the endless horizon, their path stretched forward, a quiet journey of light, ash, and hope. The dawn's light spilled softly over the canyon rim as Asha, Serene, the knight, and the traveler emerged from the cavern's cool embrace. The Emberwild stretched before them, no longer a place of harsh desolation, but a living mosaic of gentle greens and soft golds, each step bringing fresh whispers of renewal. The air was fragrant with the scent of blooming wildflowers and moist earth, the subtle sweetness mingling with the crisp freshness of morning dew. Tiny creatures stirred in the underbrush, delicate insects with iridescent wings and cautious lizards slipping between stones. Life, once dormant, was stirring with quiet purpose. Asha felt the sphere pulse gently in her hand, a steady beacon of warmth. It was no longer a prison or a curse, but a living symbol, a promise held carefully within her grasp. Serene glanced toward the horizon, where distant mountains rose like ancient sentinels, their peaks softened by mists that shimmered with the colors of dawn. The journey has changed, he said thoughtfully. It's no longer just about reaching a place, but about honoring what we carry within. The knight's form, steady and resolute, flickered briefly as smoke curled around his armor. We are the keepers now, the guardians of stories woven through fire, ash, and light. The traveler's lantern cast soft shadows as they stepped forward, voice quiet yet sure. Each step forward is a thread in the tapestry of the Emberwild, a story of healing and hope. They walked together, the path beneath their feet, soft and welcoming, carpeted with wild grasses and scattered blossoms that nodded gently in the breeze. The land hummed with quiet life, as if awakening from a long, deep sleep. As the sun climbed higher, the sky opened wide, a canvas painted with gentle clouds drifting lazily across the blue. The warmth on their skin was comforting, like a mother's touch, and the steady rhythm of their steps blended with the song of the wind.
Asha breathed deeply, the weight of the sphere light as a feather now. She looked to her companions, feeling the strength of their shared journey, a bond forged in shadow and light, in fire and ash, in memory and dream. "We carry the fallen star's light," she said softly, "not just to survive, but to help the world remember." Serene smiled, his eyes bright with quiet determination. "Then let us walk forward, with hope as our guide." The knight and traveler nodded, their forms steady and sure beneath the endless sky. Together, they stepped onward, carrying light into the vast waking world. And the Emberwild whispered around them a gentle lullaby of life reborn, of stories yet to be told.
The path ahead was a gentle ribbon, winding through hills quilted with wildflowers and soft grasses that swayed like waves in the breeze. Each step Asha took felt lighter than the last, as if the land itself was breathing with her, carrying her forward on wings of quiet hope. The sphere in her hands pulsed softly, its warm light flickering like a heartbeat, steady and sure. It was no longer a heavy burden, but a beacon, one that illuminated the path, not just through the Emberwild's shifting sands, but through the labyrinth of memory and dream. Serene walked beside her, the sun catching on the edges of his armor, setting the steel aglow with a gentle fire. "You've changed this place," he said softly, eyes scanning the fields that once knew only ash. "The Emberwild is waking." The knight's smoky form trailed quietly behind, his gaze distant yet calm. "And we've all changed with it. The fire that consumed us has become a light that guides." The traveler, ever watchful, paused beside a cluster of vibrant blooms that seemed untouched by the desert's harsh hand. "Hope grows where light lingers," they said, "even in the quietest places." Asha knelt to touch the petals, their softness a delicate contrast to the rough earth. She closed her eyes, feeling the pulse of the sphere echo through her, threads of stories intertwining, weaving a tapestry of healing and renewal. As the sun arced high, shadows shortened and the air warmed with the promise of midday. The horizon stretched endless and inviting, painted with strokes of gold and green where the Emberwild's heart beat strongest. They reached a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, at a surfaces worn smooth but etched with symbols of stars and flame. The stones pulsed faintly, resonating with the sphere's glow, a silent song that spoke of cycles unbroken and wishes carried through time. Asha stepped into the circle, the light from the sphere mingling with the soft glow of the stones. The air hummed, alive with quiet magic and gentle power. "We are the keepers," she whispered, "of light, of stories, of hope." Serene and the others joined her, hands reaching to touch the stones, their faces serene and steady beneath the vast sky. The Emberwild sighed around them, a breath of life renewed, a promise carried on the wind. And as the day unfolded in warmth and light, their journey pressed onward, soft footsteps tracing the path from ash to dawn. The circle of stones hummed softly beneath their hands, a gentle resonance like the echo of a distant lullaby. The air around them shimmered with quiet energy, threads of light weaving between the weathered carvings, symbols of stars fallen, fires kindled, and wishes whispered into the night. Asha closed her eyes, letting the warmth of the sphere seep into her skin. The pulse of the Emberwild thrummed through her veins, a steady rhythm that spoke of cycles beyond time, endings and beginnings entwined like the branches of the white tree that had become their sanctuary. Siran's voice was soft. "We are the living link between past and future, ash and bloom." The night, smoke curling gently around his form, nodded in quiet agreement. Our stories, woven together, become a shield and a light. The traveler's lantern cast a gentle glow, illuminating faces alight with quiet hope. Every step forward is a promise kept, a wish carried from star to earth. Asha reached out, tracing a finger over the smooth surface of one ancient stone, feeling the history beneath her touch. "The Emberwild remembers," she whispered,
And now, so do we. Together, they rose from the circle, the stone's soft light lingering like the last notes of the song. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that stretched across the awakening land. Their path led them through meadows where wildflowers bowed to the breeze and streams sang soft melodies over smooth stones. The Emberwild breathed life into every corner, its scars softened by time, its ashes fertile soil for dreams reborn. As twilight settled, the travelers found themselves beneath the vast canopy of the white tree once bore. Its blossoms glowed faintly in the gathering dusk, a constellation of light against the darkening sky. Asha held the sphere close, feeling its steady pulse echo the beating of her own heart. She looked to her companions, Siran's calm gaze, the knight's steady form, the traveler's gentle smile, and knew that their journey was far from over. But here, beneath the stars and the white tree's watchful branches, they had found a moment of peace, a quiet promise of hope carried through fire and ash, whispered on the wind. And with that promise, they prepared to walk onward, into the endless night and the dawn yet to come.
And night wrapped the Emberwild in a velvet cloak dotted with stars, each one twinkling softly as if holding a secret just beyond reach. Beneath the white tree's glowing blossoms, the travelers gathered quietly, their faces illuminated by the gentle light that spilled like silver from above. Asha cradled the sphere in her hands, feeling the steady pulse of its warmth, like a heartbeat shared between her and the desert itself. The air was cool, scented with the faint sweetness of blooming night flowers and the crisp whisper of distant rain. Siran leaned against the tree's sturdy trunk, eyes tracing constellations that stretched wide across the endless sky. "The stars above have always been guides," he said softly. "But sometimes the light we seek is the one we carry within." The night, smoke swirling gently around his form, nodded with quiet resolve. "Our journey has shown me that strength is not only in the blade, but in the courage to hold on to hope." The traveler's lantern flickered softly, casting dancing shadows that blended with the silver blue petals scattered on the ground. "And in the stories we share," they added, voice like a gentle song. "For stories are the threads that bind us across time and space." Asha smiled, the sphere's glow mingling with the tree's blossoms in her hands. "We have walked through fire and ash," she whispered, "but it is light that leads us forward." The night deepened, wrapping the Emberwild in a peaceful hush. The soft murmur of wind through the grasses, the gentle rustle of weeds, and the distant call of a nightbird formed a lullaby that carried the travelers toward rest. One by one, they settled beneath the tree's protective branches, their hearts beating in quiet harmony with the land and sky. The sphere's pulse slowed to a calm rhythm, a beacon of peace and promise. As sleep wove its gentle veil, the desert held them close, cradling the light of the fallen star and the hope it had kindled. And beneath the watchful stars, the Emberwild dreamed, a world reborn from ash, glowing softly with the fire of new beginnings. The first light of dawn brushed softly against the horizon, spilling gentle hues of lavender and gold across the waking Emberwild. Beneath the white tree, the travelers stirred, wrapped in the lingering calm of night's embrace. The sphere rested quietly in Haitia's hands, its gentle pulse a reminder of the journey they carried, one woven from ash, fire, and the soft threads of hope. Serene stretched, the morning light catching the edges of his armor, setting the steel aglow with a warm fire. "Each dawn feels like a new promise," he murmured, "a chance to carry the light a little farther." The knight rose beside him, his smoky form solid and steady in the growing day. "Our path is not marked by the steps we have taken, but by those we have yet to make." The traveler lifted their lantern high, the soft glow mingling with the rising sun, and with every step, the Emberwild blossoms anew. Aisha gazed out across the landscape, where wildflowers nodded in the gentle breeze and fresh streams sang their way through valleys reborn. The air was filled with the scent of earth and rain,
the quiet song of life returning to a place once scarred by flame. The journey ahead stretched wide and open, an invitation to weave new stories into the tapestry of the land. And though the path was still unknown, the light they carried was certain and steady. With quiet determination, they set forth beneath the vast, endless sky. The fallen stars glow a soft beacon, guiding them onward through the gentle unfolding of the Emberwise's embrace. And so, with hearts bound by hope and hands steady with purpose, their journey continued, soft footsteps carrying the promise of new beginnings, across a land awakening from its long, quiet dream.
The morning air was crisp and filled with the gentle chorus of awakening life. Birds flitted between branches, their songs weaving a soft melody that rose with the sun, bathing the Emberwild in golden light. The ground beneath their feet felt alive, soft with new grass and scattered blossoms, a tender carpet woven from the earth's own breath. Asha walked slowly, the sphere's glow warm and steady in her palm, like the steady rhythm of a heartbeat beneath her skin. Every step was a quiet celebration of resilience. The land, herself, and her companions, all reborn from fire and ash into something new and fragile. Serene moved beside her, his gaze resting on the horizon where distant hills shimmered with promise. The Emberwild is no longer a place to fear, he said softly. It is a place of quiet strength. The night's form flickered in the sunlight, smoke curling like gentle waves around him. And we are the keepers of that strength, he said, voice steady, guardians of light and memory. The traveler paused to touch a cluster of wildflowers, their petals delicate and vibrant. Every blossom carries a story, they said, voice like a whisper on the breeze. A story waiting to be told. Asha nodded, her heart swelling with the quiet truth of their journey. We carry those stories with us, woven into the light of the fallen star. Together, they moved forward, their footsteps soft on the earth, each step a thread in the tapestry unfolding beneath the vast, endless sky. The Emberwild stretched wide and welcoming, alive with the gentle hum of life and the soft glow of hope. As the day warmed around them, the travelers found solace in the rhythm of their journey, the steady pulse of the sphere, the whispered stories of the land, and the quiet promise of dawn. And beneath the eternal sky, their path wound onward, carrying the light of the fallen star into the heart of a world awakening from its long, peaceful dream. The afternoon sun draped the Emberwild in a soft, golden warmth, casting long shadows that stretched like gentle fingers across the rolling hills. The travelers moved with quiet ease, their pace unhurried, as if savoring the delicate beauty of a land slowly stirring from a deep slumber. Asha held the sphere close, its light steady and comforting, a beacon not just for their path, but for the hope they carried within themselves. The desert around them had transformed into a mosaic of blooming life, wildflowers waving softly in the breeze, grasses humming with the gentle song of insects, and distant trees shimmering like emerald jewels against the sky. Serene glanced toward a cluster of towering trees where birds danced in sunlight, their calls weaving melodies that filled the air with joy. Strange to think how this place once lay silent and still, he said, voice warm with wonder. Now it sings with life. The night's smoky form shimmered gently as he stepped forward, a calm strength in his presence. Life finds a way to bloom, even from ash, he said softly, and we are here to witness and protect that bloom. The traveler's eyes reflected the soft light as they reached out to touch a delicate flower, its petals glowing thinly with an inner light. Each step we take nurtures the stories held by this land, they whispered. Stories of hope, healing, and renewal. Asha smiled, feeling the sphere's pulse sync with the rhythm of the world around her.
She looked to her companions, each carrying their own quiet strength, and knew that their journey was not just about reaching a destination, but about becoming part of the Ember Wild's unfolding story. As the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, the travelers found a peaceful clearing nestled among ancient trees. They settled beneath a canopy of leaves, shining softly in the fading light, the sphere's glow mingling with the gentle twilight. The Ember Wild sighed around them, a breath of life renewed, a lullaby of stars yet to fall. And as night embraced the land, their journey continued, soft footsteps carrying the promise of light, ash, and dreams reborn beneath an endless sky.
The twilight deepened as the travelers rested beneath the gentle canopy, where leaves whispered secrets to the soft evening breeze. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of earth and blooming flowers, a soothing balm after the day's quiet journey. The sphere in Asha's hands glowed softly, its pulse a gentle heartbeat mingling with the rhythm of the night. Serene leaned back against the sturdy trunk of an ancient tree, eyes tracing the first stars twinkling above. Night holds its own kind of magic, he said softly. A time for rest, for dreams, and for stories to find their way into the dark. The night, smoke curling quietly around him, nodded with serene grace. Even in shadow, there is light. Even in silence, there is a song. The traveler's lantern cast a warm glow, illuminating the faces of the companions gathered close. We carry that light and song with us, they said. In every step, in every breath, in every whispered wish. Asha closed her eyes, letting the gentle night wrap around her like a comforting embrace. The sphere's pulse slowed, steady and sure, a beacon of peace and promise in the vast quiet. The desert beyond their shelter seemed to sigh with contentment, the sands soft beneath the silver light of stars. Somewhere far off, a nightbird called, a single note rising and falling like a gentle wave. Together, they sat in quiet harmony, the soft murmur of the Ember Wild's awakening song surrounding them. Time felt slow, stretched thin like gossamer threads weaving through the night air. Asha opened her eyes and gazed at her companions, feeling the deep bond forged through fire and ash, through shadow and light. Our journey is a story still being written, she whispered, one of hope carried through the stars. The wind stirred softly, scattering petals from the white tree's glowing blossoms, which danced like gentle sparks in the twilight. And beneath the endless sky, their footsteps rested for a while, cradled by the quiet promise of dawn and the gentle fire of new beginnings. Quiet night wrapped the Ember Wild in a soft embrace, a blanket woven from the shimmer of stars and the gentle murmur of the earth breathing beneath the moonlight. The travelers lay beneath the white tree's luminous branches, the sphere's soft glow pulsing gently in Asha's hands like a tender heartbeat in the stillness. The air was cool, scented with the subtle sweetness of blooming night flowers and the faint crispness of dew settling on leaves. Asha felt the quiet weight of the moment, a fragile piece born of fire and ash, of journeys both ending and beginning. Serene whispered softly, his voice barely more than the rustle of wind through grass. In the quiet, we find strength. In the stillness, the path becomes clear. The night's smoky form shimmered faintly, swirling gently as if blending with the night sky itself. The light we carry is not just ours, he said. It belongs to the stories, the dreams, the hopes we've gathered along the way. The traveler's lantern flickered softly, casting a warm glow over the circle of companions. Every step forward is a thread in the endless tapestry, a tapestry woven with care and courage. Asha smiled, the sphere's pulse steady in her hands. She looked around at the familiar faces, friends and guardians who had become her family. Together,
we carry the fallen star's light, she said. Not to conquer, but to nurture. Outside the circle, the desert whispered, a soft, endless song of renewal and quiet wonder. The white tree's blossoms shimmered like scattered stars, their gentle light weaving patterns across the sleeping earth. As the night deepened, the travelers closed their eyes, the soft rhythm of the sphere guiding them toward dreams wrapped in light and shadow. The Emberwild cradled them gently, a world born anew from ashes and hope. And beneath the vast, starlit sky, their journey continued, soft footsteps moving forward on a path of peace, of memory, and of quiet, enduring light.
The dawn arrived slowly, a tender glow unfolding across the Emberwild, like a soft breath awakening the earth. Travelers stirred beneath the white tree's glowing blossoms, their faces brushed with the gentle light of morning. The sphere rested lightly in Ash's hands, its pulse steady and warm, a heartbeat shared between the fallen star and the land it had touched. Serene rose first, stretching his limbs beneath the open sky, his eyes tracing the delicate dance of light and shadow on the hills ahead. Each morning is a promise, he said quietly, a chance to carry the light a little further. The night's form shimmered beside him, smoke swirling gently like morning mist. And with each step, the past and future become one, a story still unfolding. The traveler lifted their lantern high, the soft glow mingling with the dawn's first rays. Hope grows in the quiet places where light lingers. Asha smiled, the sphere's glow pulsing gently in her palm. She looked out across the blooming landscape, the grass bending softly in the breeze, wildflowers nodding like old friends welcoming the gay. The Emberwild was no longer a place of harsh shadows, but a living, breathing world of possibility. They gathered their things and stepped forward, the path beneath their feet soft and welcoming. The white tree's petals drifted around them like scattered stars, a quiet blessing on their journey. As they walked, the sphere's light grew brighter, a steady flame guiding them through hills painted with morning mist and valleys awash in golden light. The air was alive with the hum of returning life, the soft murmur of streams and the call of distant birds. Asha felt the steady warmth of the sphere as a reminder of the fallen star's light, of the hope carried through fire and ash, and of the journey yet to come. Together, they moved forward beneath the endless sky, carrying the quiet fire of renewal into a world waking softly from its long, peaceful dream. The morning light filtered gently through the branches of the white tree, casting dappled patterns across the path as the travelers pressed onward. The Emberwild stretched out before them, an expanse of soft hills, wildflowers nodding in the breeze, and distant forests shimmering like emerald waves beneath the sky's vast canvas. Asha walked with quiet confidence, the sphere's pulse steady in her palm, a warm rhythm echoing the gentle beat of her heart. Each step seemed lighter, carried on the promise of renewal that had blossomed from ash and fire. Serene moved beside her, his gaze steady and thoughtful. "The journey changes us," he said softly. "Not just by where we go, but by what we carry within." The night's smoky form flickered in the sunlight, a quiet flame steady in the warmth. "We are forged by trials. Yes, but it is hope that shapes our path forward." The traveler's lantern swung gently at their side, casting soft light on the petals scattered along the trail. Every story we share, every wish we carry, is a spark in the darkness. Asha smiled, her eyes bright with the calm certainty of someone who had walked through fire and found peace on the other side. "The fallen star's light guides us," she said, "not just across the Emberwild,
but through the stories we live. The land hummed softly around them, a living tapestry woven from memory, hope, and quiet magic. The air smelled sweet and fresh, like rain yet to fall, and the gentle rustle of leaves blended with the distant song of a stream. As they rounded a bend, a new horizon opened, a valley where wildflowers bloomed in cascades of color, their petals glowing softly as if touched by the very light they carried. The sphere's glow deepened, its warmth spreading through Asha's fingers, filling her with a serene strength. They paused to take in the quiet beauty, the soft light bathing the world in gentle promise. Here, the Emberwild was no longer a place of shadows, but a sanctuary, a living dream born from ash and carried by hope. Together, beneath the vast sky, they stepped forward, each footfall a quiet prayer, each breath a thread in the endless story of light, fire, and new beginnings.
The valley stretched before them like a living painting, brushstrokes of violet, gold, and soft white blossoms blending into a gentle sea of color that rippled with the breeze. The air hummed with the quiet song of bees and the flutter of wings, a chorus of life returning in delicate harmony. Asha's fingers brushed the sphere, its warmth a comforting pulse beneath her palm. It felt less like a burden and more like a quiet companion, steady and sure, a light held softly within her grasp. Seren's gaze softened as he looked across the blooming valley. "The Emberwild is no longer a desert," he said. "It is a garden grown from ash and memory." The night's smoky form shifted beside him, smoke curling like tendrils of morning mist. "And we are its caretakers," he said quietly, "guardians of light, keepers of stories." The traveler knelt beside a cluster of wildflowers, their petals glowing faintly as they caught the last rays of sunlight. "Every flower holds a wish," they said softly, "a hope waiting to bloom." Asha smiled, heart swelling with the quiet truth of their journey. "We carry those hopes with us," she said, woven into the light of the fallen star. Together, they stepped forward, their footsteps soft on the earth, blending with the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of a stream winding through the valley. The sphere pulsed gently, its light growing stronger with every step, as if responding to the life blossoming around them. The air was filled with the scent of fresh earth and sweet nectar, a fragrant lullaby that carried them deeper into the heart of the Emberwild's renewal. As the sun dipped low, casting long shadows and painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, the travelers found a quiet clearing surrounded by ancient trees, whose branches reached skyward like arms holding the sky. They settled beneath the tree's protective canopy, the sphere's glow mingling with the soft twilight, casting gentle light on faces alight with hope and peace. The Emberwild sighed, a breath of life reborn, a promise whispered on the wind, and beneath the vast, starlit sky, their journey carried on, soft footsteps tracing the path from ash to dawn, from shadow to light. The clearing was quiet, embraced by ancient trees whose branches wove a canopy thick with leaves shimmering faintly in the dusk. Soft light from the sphere mingled with the gentle glow of fireflies that flickered like scattered stars, weaving patterns of silver and gold in the cool evening air. Asha sat cross-legged, the pulse of the fallen star steady in her palm. It was a beacon, not just of light, but of memory, a glowing thread connecting past and present, ash and bloom, sorrow and hope. The journey had shaped her, softened her edges, and deepened the quiet strength that now hummed beneath her skin. Seren settled nearby, his armor catching the last glimmers of sunlight like molten metal, his eyes reflecting a calm that had been forged through trials and tempered by trust. "Every step we've taken has brought us here," he said,
voice low and sure. To a moment between worlds, the night's smoky form shifted beside him, swirling gently, like mist purling in a cool morning breeze. A moment where past and future meet, a place of healing and quiet power. The traveler's lantern cast warm light over the group, a soft glow that seemed to pulse in time with the sphere. And a place where stories are kept safe, they said, voiced like a gentle song. Stories waiting to be shared, to be remembered. Asha nodded, feeling the weight of the unspoken promise, of wishes made and kept, of journeys completed and yet still unfolding. The Ember Wild carries all of that, she said softly. Its fire and ash, its silence and song. The night deepened, wrapping the clearing in a velvet embrace. Stars winked to life overhead, constellations tracing ancient paths across the sky. The sphere's light softened, a steady glow that wrapped around them like a blanket of warmth and peace. And as sleep gently called, the Ember Wild held them close. A world reborn from ash, glowing softly with the light of new beginnings. Beneath the endless sky, their story continued. One of quiet wonder, gentle hope, and the steady heartbeat of the fallen star. The night deepened into a calm hush, wrapping the Ember Wild in a serene stillness that seemed to hold the world in gentle suspension. The trees around the clearing whispered softly, their leaves rustling like a lullaby sung by the earth itself. The sphere in Asha's hand pulsed quietly, a heartbeat steady and sure amid the quiet breath of night. Serene leaned back against the rough bark of an ancient tree, his eyes reflecting the soft glow of the stars overhead. "There's a rhythm here," he murmured. A quiet song carried on the wind, a song of renewal. The night's smoky form shimmered faintly, curling like mist in the pale moonlight. "It is a song of fire transformed," he said. "Ash to bloom, shadow to light." The traveler's lantern cast flickering patterns on the ground, its glow warm and steady like a gentle fire. And in that transformation, stories find their voice, they said. Stories carried through time, whispered on the breeze. Asha closed her eyes, feeling the pulse of the sphere steady beneath her palm. The journey had brought her here, to a place where past and future intertwined, where fire's ashes nourish new life, and where hope was a quiet, steady flame. She opened her eyes to the night sky, the constellations stretching wide and welcoming above them. The Ember Wild was no longer a place of desolation, but a cradle for dreams, a sanctuary where light could grow softly from the darkness. Around her, the travelers rested, their faces calm and peaceful in the glow of the fallen star's light. The night carried them gently toward dreams woven from quiet wonder and gentle promise. And beneath the endless sky, their journey continued. Soft footsteps tracing the path from ash to dawn, from shadow to light, carried on the steady heartbeat of hope. The first blush of dawn softened the horizon, spilling pale pink and gold across the Ember Wild's gentle hills. The travelers awoke beneath the white trees' shimmering branches, their breaths slow and calm, hearts steady in the quiet morning light. The sphere nestled in Asha's hands pulsed softly, a warm beacon amidst the soft stirrings of day. Serene rose with the sun, the morning light reflecting off his armor like a gentle fire. "Each new day is a thread," he said softly, voice full of quiet hope. "We weave them together into the tapestry of this journey." The night's smoky forms swirled gently in the dawn breeze, a steady presence amidst the awakening world. "From the ashes of what was, we create what will be," he said. "Our story is one of transformation and grace." The traveler lifted their lantern, its gentle glow mingling with the growing light, casting soft shadows that danced across the waking land. "And every step forward is a promise kept," they whispered. "A wish carried on the breeze,
Asha smiled, feeling the sphere's warmth spread through her fingers, a steady rhythm that echoed the pulse of the world around them. The Emberwild was no longer a place of shadows, but a landscape alive with possibility. Wildflowers nodding in the breeze, streams singing over smooth stones, and the soft hum of life returning. Together they gathered their things, the soft rustle of leaves and petals a gentle song of farewell and anticipation. The path before them was wide and welcoming, bathed in the soft glow of morning and the steady light of the fallen star. As they stepped forward beneath the endless sky, each footfall was a quiet prayer, each breath a thread woven into the ever-unfolding story of light, fire, and hope reborn. And the Emberwild breathed around them, a world cradled in ash and illuminated by the gentle fire of new beginnings. The morning air was crisp and alive with possibility, carrying the faint scent of wildflowers and fresh earth. The Emberwild unfolded before them like a vast living tapestry, every leaf and petal shimmering with the gentle light of the fallen star. Asha walked steadily, the sphere's warmth steady in her palm, a silent companion guiding her steps through this world reborn. Serene's gaze was steady as he moved beside her, his voice soft and thoughtful. "This land holds stories older than time," he said, "and now we are part of its next chapter." The night's form flickered faintly in the morning light, smoke curling like a gentle breeze. "We carry those stories with us," he said quietly, "guardians of the past and keepers of the future." The traveler's lantern swayed gently, casting warm light on the wildflowers that lined their path. "Each flower is a memory," they whispered, "a wish waiting to bloom." Asha smiled, the pulse of the sphere syncing with the rhythm of her breath. "We walk forward not just to reach a place," she said, "but to carry hope where it is needed most." The land around them sang softly, the murmur of streams, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of birds, weaving a melody of renewal. The Emberwild was no longer a harsh desert, but a cradle of life and quiet wonder. As they journeyed onward, the sky stretched vast and endless above, painted with soft clouds drifting lazily across the blue. The sun warmed their faces, a gentle fire kindled not from destruction, but from the light of new beginnings. With each step, they moved deeper into the heart of the Emberwild, carrying the fallen star's light and the promise it held for all who dared to dream. The afternoon sun dipped low, casting the Emberwild in a warm, honeyed glow. The air was thick with the scent of dry grass and blooming wildflowers, mingling softly with the faint hint of earth warmed by the day's light. Shadows stretched long across the rolling hills, painting the landscape with hues of amber and rose. Asha's steps were steady as she held the sphere close, its pulse a comforting warmth against her palm. The light inside it flickered gently, like a quiet flame resilient against the breeze, a steady heartbeat that echoed the rhythm of the land itself. Serene walked beside her, his armor catching the golden light, reflecting it back in quiet flashes. "This place has changed," he murmured, his voice low and filled with wonder. "It is no longer a wasteland, but a cradle of life." The night's smoky form shimmered faintly in the fading light, his presence both solid and ethereal. "And we are its guardians," he said softly, "keepers of its stories and its secrets." The traveler's lantern swung gently from their hand, casting dancing shadows on the soft earth. "Every step we take adds to the story," they whispered, "a story woven from hope and memory." Asha smiled, feeling the gentle weight of the sphere, the light inside a beacon not just of power, but of promise. Around them, the Emberwild hummed with quiet life, the rustle of leaves, the song of distant birds, the soft murmur of a nearby stream. As the sun slipped behind distant hills, the sky painted itself in streaks of pink and purple. The travelers found themselves beside a tranquil lake,
its surface smooth and glassy, reflecting the glowing sky and the first stars beginning to twinkle above. They settled on the soft grass by the water's edge, the sphere's light mingling with the shimmer of stars and the gentle glow of fireflies. The ember wild breathed around them, a world reborn from ash, alive with the quiet fire of new beginnings. And beneath the vast, starlit sky, their journey continued. Soft footsteps, tracing the path from shadow to light, from fire to hope.
The night wrapped the Emberwild in a velvet hush, a symphony of crickets and gentle wind singing beneath a canopy of shimmering stars. The lake mirrored the sky's infinite sparkle, a silent ocean of light stretching beyond sight. The travelers sat close by its edge, the soft grass cushioning their tired limbs, while the sphere pulsed softly in Asha's hands, steady, warm, alive. Serene's gaze drifted across the water, reflecting on the journey they had traveled together. "This place," he murmured, "holds all our memories, every hope, every fear, every whispered wish." The night's smoky form flickered faintly in the cool night air, swirling like a gentle mist over the grass. And in those memories lies our strength, the light that carries us through the darkest hours. The traveler lifted their lantern slightly, its warm glow casting delicate patterns on the nearby wildflowers, their petals shimmering like tiny flames. "Each story we carry is a spark," they said softly. Together, those sparks become a fire. Asha closed her eyes for a moment, breathing deeply, letting the peace of the moment wash over her. The pulse of the sphere aligned with her own heartbeat, a reminder that she was not alone, that even in the vast, quiet Emberwild, she was connected to something greater. Opening her eyes, she smiled gently at her companions. "The fallen star's light isn't just power," she said. "It's hope, a promise that even from the deepest ash, new life can grow." Around them, the Emberwild sighed softly, a breath of renewal, a quiet psalm of beginnings. And as the night deepened, the travelers rested, cradled by the gentle fire of the fallen star, their journey near its end, but their story forever unfolding beneath the endless sky. The first light of dawn spilled softly over the horizon, bathing the Emberwild in gentle hues of pink and gold. The travelers stirred beneath the ancient white tree, its blossoms shimmering like scarred stars, welcoming the new day. The sphere in Asha's hands pulsed one final time, steady, warm, a quiet beacon of hope fulfilled. Serene rose, his eyes reflecting the soft glow of morning. "We have walked through fire and ash," he said quietly, "and now we stand in the light of new beginnings." The night's smoky form shifted gently, smoke curling like morning mist. "Our journey has ended," he whispered, "but the story lives on, in the land, in the stars, in us." The traveler lifted their lantern one last time, its warm glow mingling with the rising sun. "Every step was a promise," they said softly, a wish carried through the fire. Asha smiled, feeling the gentle pulse of the sphere slow and settle like a heartbeat at rest. She looked around at her companions, friends forged in light and shadow, and knew their story was not just theirs, but belonged to the Emberwild itself. The desert around them was alive, a place reborn from ash and fire, glowing softly with the light of countless stars yet to fall. With a deep breath, Asha rose, the sphere's glow fading gently into the morning light. Her footsteps were soft but certain as she stepped forward, carrying the promise of the fallen star into a world waking from its long, peaceful dream. And beneath the endless sky, the journey, quiet, gentle, and full of wonder, continued beyond the horizon.